I think I'm live. What's up? Welcome to All Good Things and All Good Time. Oh, let me change the lighting real quick. Pardon me. That might be better. Let's see here. Anyway, all right. So, I got stories to tell. I'm gonna talk about, and by the way, I found all the companies that support Project 2025 that I'll never spend money at ever again. This lady at this YouTube channel, Tell the People, with Sunny and W1. Anyway, she goes over all this, and that's where I printed this out from her YouTube channel, and I'll read those later. All the companies that support the overthrow of the United States of America didn't put any money towards democracy, made little or no contributions towards the Democratic Party, and made large contributions to the traitor in the White House. Hard to understand. Oh, there's another light source. Don't mind me, I'm gonna turn on this light real quick. Okay. So I'm gonna cook a bunch of stuff too. I'm gonna cook a loco moco, which is a local dish, but I'm gonna do it super healthy, which is gonna be cool, you know. Here, let me just plug this in. I can't plug that in yet. Got no power source for it because I gotta use this one for this. Okay. So yeah, instead of using rice, right, I'm using riced cauliflower. So, point this down here. Can I see? Here we go. See? So that's cauliflower. And then over here I got onions. I put some coconut oil over on this side. Put the onions in the coconut oil. Then I put oregano over that with some other good stuff. And then just a little bit of sea salt. I don't usually use salt, but it's cauliflower. What the heck? Garlic, minced garlic. I put a little soy sauce right there. That's that flavor additive. And I'm just letting it cook. Eventually maybe I'll put it down there on the food when it gets exciting. I'm gonna bake too. I've got some local Hawaiian Maui grown apple bananas. I just finally found some eggs. Didn't find eggs, but I found egg whites, which is really exciting. Egg whites, baby. Woo! That's the closest thing I've come to finding eggs at all for 3 weeks. So, but I think I can bake with those, you know. I'll bake with egg whites. Close enough, right? Just cooked quinoa for the second time in my life. Stuff's pretty cool. I've never cooked it before. And it's really cool. I'm gonna be cooking up some Maui Nui venison. These guys are part of the program. I don't know if they get paid for it or not, if it's a donation. I think there's part of this program is a government-run program, I think, because there's too many deer. There's like 65,000. There's like 80,000 in Maui County between Molokai, Lanai, and Maui, and they say there's something like 66,000 of them. I don't know where they are because I don't really see deer very often, but they've made it across. They were just on the Haleakala side, and they made it across the valley into the West Maui Mountains, but they haven't made it all the way up to where I'm at. Right, it's a pretty long stretch. But when I hiked up by the windmills at the south end of these mountains, I saw a 12-point buck in the valley. I gotta start the coffee here. All right. Booyah. All right, got coffee going. Got my stir-fry rice of sorts going. Aloha from Canada. Woo! Shaka. I bet it's a little colder there. Sorry about our shitty president. God damn. It's just so embarrassing, you know? It's just embarrassing in so many ways as a country, and just being a freaking normal white guy to see all these white inferiorists, you know, taking over countries and governments. It's just scary. Oh, yeah, love you, Tam. What's up, Sean Smith? Anyway, I apologize on behalf of that shitty guy. And it's totally delusional, but I feel like just because I have this complex of wanting to try to make the world a better place, I feel like I should start a campaign to run for president. Anyway, but of course that sounds delusional, so. But I still like to banter about it. Maybe today's the day. This thing, avoidance, procrastination, whatever it is, it's one of the side effects of PTSD that came from my house burning down. And I keep failing on this one thing, but today might be the day. I'm gonna go to this place where they have a theater that I can rent, so I could do a 1-hour comedy show, film it, and then what if I made money and became popular from that, and then I could get into politics. Anyway, you never know what's around the corner. I could be homeless soon. I could be on Netflix. They're gonna start charging us pretty steep rent starting in 26 days. So I gotta start generating an income, which is all good. Oh, here's an interesting thing. If you don't know about forever chemicals, these horrible chemicals that freaking 3M and Dow and DuPont make, these horrible chemical companies making these forever chemicals. It's just, they're an abomination. They don't, anyway. And of course, and the state of Hawaii, PFAS chemicals are forever chemicals, right? And basically it's Scotchgard. We've all been under the impression that we can just waterproof our stuff. Oh, wait, what's happening? How is that a low battery? How is that not working? I might use a different, excuse me. I gotta get a power source or we'll get cut off here. That's actually good because I'll give you another power source. Okay, I think that. All right. Oh, can you hear the sizzle? Can you see? Yeah, the sizzle. And the snap, crackle, and pop of the. I love a $25 coffee maker. That's all I need. They do great work. Also like French press too, but you know, made this weird blend. Anyway, so yeah, I'm gonna make loco moco, a loco moco. The structure form of a loco moco typically is bowl with rice. White rice, could be stir-fry rice. It could be variations of rice. And it's a creative process. What you put underneath the top stuff. But it's basically a bowl with some starch usually in the bottom. Typically white rice. Stir-fry rice if you want to get fancy. So I'm getting fancy with stir-fry rice. I'll make stir-fry rice but without rice, with cauliflower instead. And then I think I'm going to throw some quinoa in there because I toasted it this time. I read the bag and it said, oh, you could toast it. So I put it in the pan and heated it up and tossed it around a little bit, and I made toasted quinoa, which is interesting. So, and let me get a little more lighting maybe. See how that goes. There we go. Hey. There we go. There's a little more lighting. Okay, so forever chemicals are super evil, and they're just in so much stuff. They're in carpeting. They're in the food containers. They're awful. And unfortunately, it's the weird shit that, like, in the middle of all the stuff that makes no sense, stuff in Washington, right? When there'll be something that has a shred of sense to it that people really believe, and giving credibility to somebody that these guys don't realize is getting credibility in the moment. And what I'm talking about is this belief that not so much that, well, just that chemicals in our for the PFAS chemicals in our water, BHP, bisphenol A that's in the plastics. They used to talk about it from the hormones they put in cows and stuff, and which is why they got hormones out of cows, because thought it was giving guys breasts and whatever. And maybe the bisphenol A that's in plastic gives us breasts, and may affect us in different ways, health-wise, which could include sexuality. We don't know. And that's not super far-fetched in today's way of thinking. And so when they bring that up to try to use it against Kennedy, it's like the one of the things where the conspiracy theorists, are latching onto something that is plausible. Which is why it's easy for people to believe. And who knows what is true and what isn't. I do know we don't want PFAS chemicals, forever chemicals, in our stuff. It's got this weird makeup so that it, like, if it's in water, it'll float, but halfway in and halfway out, the molecules are just super weird, and so on. Anyway, Hawaii outlawed to-go containers that are lined with PFAS chemicals, which they are often and typically lined with, which is crazy, right? The stuff that's bad for us, we put adjacent to our food. I think it's in our cans as well. That liner in beer, in aluminum cans, I think is PFAS chemicals. I mean, it's everywhere. It's in carpets. All that waterproof, cool stuff you think you've got is just covered in bad chemicals. If you've ever used Scotchgard, it stays in your system forever. Anyway, so without even paying attention, I guess my eyes are just shitty. I bought this product without even noticing, right? It's like the shitty omega-6 oils that are in everything, you don't, including stuff where you wouldn't expect to find it, right? But I bought this freaking right here. Look, Scotchgard. In this, it's a dash, an interior cleaner, protectant. I thought, I wonder if Armor All had. I hope Armor All doesn't have it in it. Anyway, it's sad because what do I do with this? I don't want to use it because I'll ingest that stuff. I don't want to coat my car with it because it's going to be bad for me constantly breathing it in my car. I don't want to pour it down the drain. It's just going to go into the soil here in Hawaii. If I throw it away, it goes into the freaking landfill in Hawaii, which it seeps eventually into everything. I mean, it's just, I wish we just prohibited all products with PFAS chemicals from Hawaii and everywhere. It's like, what do I do? Bring it back to the town in Minnesota where 3M is located and throw it away there? which is a sad story if you don't know it. The headquarter town of 3M is killing its people with PFAS chemicals. They know it, but they're dependent on the company. They love the company, you know. The company does all the good things for the town that a big company might do for a town, but its executives are, you know, living and breathing in this town, and everyone is suffering from the PFAS exposure. And yeah, it's weird. I don't know why. If there was common sense in government, which is just such a joke, these racist traitors destroying our country, saying, "Oh, this is common sense." Oh my God, the Republican Party of crime and disorder. They're so sad. It is the saddest thing ever. Anyway, so oh my God, and they're all such wussies and weirdos. J.D. Vance with his eyeliner. A reality freaking TV guy for the Secretary of Transportation. Pete Buttigieg was so good at that job, and this guy is such a moron. There is such an obvious difference. Oh, and then everything they're doing, this is their playbook. It's like, it's Nazi Germany, absolutely. Dismantling the government, taking control of the money, trying to take control of the checkbook, doing that, or taking control of the checkbook, getting access to just all sorts of shit. This evil supervillain, freaking Elon Musk, who we should just strip him of all the wealth he's made in the United States, let him have 10% of it, and put that into the treasury, and then send him to freaking South Africa. The one African we need to send back, the only one, is the South African Elon Musk. Holy crap, is that guy a piece of shit. Oh, and such a weirdo. Like, all these guys are so weird. They're like, if you ever met anybody cool, they weren't a Republican. There ain't no way. I mean, they're just all so demented and twisted. The way their worldview is all unnecessary. None of it makes sense. It's not rational. It's not logical. It's not for good. Why would you get into government? Like, if you're not trying to make the world a better place. Anyway, all right. So I got that going. Looks really good. Look at this. It's pretty good. Pretty good. Look at that. Oh yeah, tasty. That's cauliflower, riced cauliflower with garlic and onions and coconut oil and oregano and a little bit of shoyu and I'm gonna beef that up with a bunch of this quinoa. Let's just scoop a bunch in there. Boom. Boom. So this is going to be the starch underneath the Loco Moco. Oh, and this breakfast comes with a joke. Yes, it does. That's what I used to tell people when I was a breakfast waiter. Got a friend named Moco. That guy's loco. Oh yeah, you've heard that one before. I'm sure if you watch my channel. Oh, so silly. I'm so silly. Anyway. All right. Let's see. So here's what I did. I just scooped some of that into there. This is looking pretty cool. And let's hit that heat again. Bing, bang, boom. Bing, bing, bang, bang, bung, bung. Okay. All right. We're having fun now. Sizzle, sizzle, crackle, crackle. Okay. All right. Oh my God. So this is super interesting. Okay. Okay. Check this out. Check this out. It's show and tell. So the world is so small. So small. So there's this guy. Right? There's this guy. Oh, excuse me. Oh, God. I'm wearing Crocs, and there's, they catch the ground. So there's this guy, Dr. Bhagat Singh Tind. I always pronounced it Thind, all right? And that is a book called The Radiant Road to Reality. And I thought it'd be interesting to read it because I never did, and read it on my channel. So check this out. See this guy right here? That's his son. That's his son. And that's Mr. Thin right there. See that guy? All right, but his son, I lived at his son's house in Malibu. Oh, and that's another thing. I lived where those fires are. So that is interesting to me, a little extra. And I lived at that guy's house right above Zuma Beach. And $700. I lived in like a palace. I mean, that place was the only place nicer than this one that I lived. It's funny, I went from being basically homeless, living in my, out of my car basically for about, I don't know, and in this like, well, there's more to it. It wasn't entirely in my car, but a little bit in my car when I first got there. And then, but was basically homeless. I had this place to crash. When I opened Duke's in Malibu in the summer of '96. So I opened Duke's in Malibu, summer of '96. I opened up the Surfrider local newspaper, and there's an ad there for a room for rent. So I go get this room for rent, $700 a month for a room for rent, in a house on a 2 acres, looking over the ocean, right on Zuma Beach. A tennis court, 2 swimming pools, jacuzzi, sauna, just a really nice house. And it was owned by this guy, David Finn. That guy I just showed you, a real estate sales guy. Crazy bastard. I think he's still alive. I looked him up. He's got to be 85, 86 years old now. That's him as the smirk on his face. So PBS does this documentary about his father, well, and about the immigration process for immigrants, and specifically in his case, being a person from India who comes from a high caste. Of course, they see themselves, you know, up here. And which is why when that energy transfers and translates to people here in this country, if you're a person of Indian descent who has this caste mindset of looking down on those serving you, it sucks, because if you're in the service industry and you're serving people that look down on you and then demonstrate it, they are, I hate to say it, people from India who move here, never figure out how to tip, and I think it might be related to the caste system and their inability to see those beneath them as equal to them. Anyway, I don't know though. This is just my own take on that. Anyway, so he got citizenship, and then it was taken away, and then he got citizenship, it was taken away, and then he finally got citizenship. In 1917, when he was a soldier for the U.S., he got citizenship, and then they took it away, and then in 1919 he got it, and they took it away, and then in 1935 he finally got it, but he sued to get it, and when he got denied by the Supreme Court, his case went all the way to the Supreme Court, it ended up screwing over all the other brown people, Mexicans, everyone else lost. They took people's citizenships away from them because of his court case. Interesting. I didn't know any of this. I just watched this documentary. Okay, and but in his in the garage of his son where I lived were boxes of this book, and I had I took one. I had one of these books, The Radiant Road to Reality. And it was one of the things that burned up in the fire. Anyway, and it's interesting, and it's one of those books, like, it's old, and I guess somewhere either in the book or his son said that, like, he was, you know, in today's world where breathing exercises are common, he was arrested for teaching breathing exercises in Utah. As he was a PhD at UC Berkeley in theology and English literature. Yeah, interesting. So interesting to be watching a documentary and realize it's about the father of the guy you lived with. Now this guy, he was my age when I lived with him. He was 56 years old. He had a girlfriend 26 years younger, and they would cruise naked and high on drugs all weekend. And she, although she was an attractive woman in her 20s, she kind of grossed me out because she was with this guy. And I don't know if, if it was ecstasy, coke, what they were doing, but they would not really sleep much all weekend. They weren't really there during the week, but all weekend they just were just partying. And a guy my age, which is why I'm amazed, because I Googled him recently, and I think he's still alive and still selling real estate in LA. Maybe he still has this house. I'll do a drive-by and maybe make a short video of this palace that I lived in at Zuma Beach. And then he ended up, on one of his drug binge weekends, he hit my car in the driveway. And then when I got an estimate, he said, "Oh, I don't think I can trust you anymore," because he was paranoid from these drugs, I think. And I was like, "Oh, what? Like, you don't trust me? Because I'm just giving you an estimate to repair the car that you hit." Anyway, so I moved down the street, down at the end of Bonsall Avenue, across from the Michael Landon estate, down the street from, I think, like, Lou Gossett Jr. and maybe Nick Nolte lived down there somewhere. A lot of movie stars live in this little area. And so, and then that house was its own crazy, interesting story that I want to take you to and just show you. I want to walk into the property with the thought that I'm looking for an old friend that lived there, which is true. Bob, who I have a story about, that's going to make it onto a comedy stage someday. And so, yeah, that was so trippy to be watching this documentary about immigration and voting rights and how it relates to the Indian population, and when they were trying to decide who was white and who wasn't. And if you weren't white, then it didn't mean you could vote. If you weren't white, black, or Native American, you couldn't vote. Or a woman until the beginning of that story. Anyway, but they gave it the right to women, and then they still kept it from lots of other people. It's interesting. In this documentary, she's the lady says, and they took away the citizenship of over 70, people of Indian descent. 70, right? Because that's how many there were. It's interesting. So few of them. And so this guy was a real daredevil pioneer. He fought for his right to vote, but ended up losing, and his loss unfortunately affected Asian immigrants, all Asian immigrants, Mexican immigrants, all had their citizenships taken away because of his court case. And that's kind of interesting right now, since we have this idiot con man, Lucifer. We had Lucifer in the White House. Nero, you're gonna burn it all down because he's a narcissist crazy man. And somehow, some people voted for that guy. I don't know any of these people. But yeah, if I had the money, I'd be buying a house and building an underground shelter right now, and a greenhouse, and getting some chickens. Jesus. I mean, I've never been a doomsday prepper. But so if you look into it, it's kind of interesting. It's kind of interesting, right? If there are a few nuclear bombs detonated somewhere, which is not entirely impossible, they'll most likely be somewhere in the northern hemisphere, right? Something related to Taiwan, Ukraine, the Middle East, Iran, or Israel, or that region, or somewhere in, heaven forbid, North America. And which means there will be a sort of nuclear winter of sorts, right? But only in the northern hemisphere. The southern hemisphere will still be sunny and I think relatively normal, which is fascinating. Or probably be pretty weird being next to a nuclear winter. I wonder how that will play out. Which is why all the billionaires are building bunkers in New Zealand, right, where they can own property and save themselves from the destruction they're creating. Yeah. But heck, closer to the equator, at the bottom end of the northern hemisphere is where I'm at. So maybe we'll survive, somewhat, or a little bit better, or we'll have some sun we can grow some food with. So anyway, that's why I need to succeed, so I can afford to buy all that to protect myself, maybe a few friends. And I'm sorry that I have to talk about that, but god damn, these criminals, and all the Republican criminals, traitors, all the congressmen. It's like they're not. It's the movie Don't Look Up, right? They're just in their own stupid bubble, and they're not looking up at the meteor coming for them, right? Like Republican human beings, if any of them are in Congress, could actually protect us and save us from this tyrant, but they're so afraid of the weak man freaking ruler, which just leaves so many people. You know what a lot of people are doing? They're kind of hoping for a medical emergency. Then of course JD Vance is just as or more scary, although he's not as he's pretty unhinged, but he's probably not as bad as probably not as bad as Trump. Hopefully, I don't know. Anyway, weird. Republicans make no sense. They do nothing good. They don't care about anybody but themselves. There's no patriotism. They're all stupid. Like, they're not smart enough to realize it, but they're all just spewing what like Russia would like them to talk about. Right? They're oh my god. And yeah, TikTok, TikTok, China influenced the election, so. Oh, and then, the tariffs, oh my god. The tariffs, and then gaining access to our country's. So Trump and Elon Musk's is gaining access to the country's checkbook, the $6 trillion checkbook. They just decided they're not going to pay anybody for anything. Just like Trump in his hotels when he built them, he never wanted to pay anybody for anything. So they're just going to keep all the money, and they're going to figure out how to take it. Well, why raise it? Why raise it from a meme coin and a tennis shoe when you can just take it? They're just going to take it. Oh my god. It is corruption in the worst, and the people that follow this stuff and think that that's good and patriotic and are afraid of diversity and equity and inclusion. My god, I'm in my 50s. I need there to be inclusiveness. Otherwise, they're just not going to hire old people. I'm an old guy now. I need them to hire 56-year-olds still. And that is inclusion and diversity. And I need that. We need that. Oh my god, you know what it is? It's just past 5:20 in the morning. You know what that means? It's 4:20 somewhere. Hey, you know what's funny is there's an advertisement right now. I've been saying that because if you weren't around in the 70s, 80s, alcoholics love to say, "Oh, it's 5 o'clock somewhere" when they start drinking it. Like Pete Hegseth, regularly, on the regular, I'm sure of it. He says it's 5 o'clock somewhere when he's drinking at 10 a.m. in the morning, right? So the drunk guy who is for all intents and purposes a rapist, is our Secretary of Defense. He's woefully, and he's a white inferiorist, who's just a sad example of people, of a person. Anyway, it's so many distractions. It's been just what as the Nazification of America takes place, or they attempt to. I just wonder, what's America going to do? Are we going to stand up for this? This is not the majority. They probably did. They purged like 4 million votes. They did fix this last election. It was probably stolen from Kamala, and because that's the only way Republicans can never win, right? They gerrymander, and they're trying to put through a law right now, this election integrity laws, which are just white and inferiorists trying to make it harder for people to vote, and that's going to make it easier for Republicans to always win if they can stop black, brown people, young people from old people from voting. But I mean, just imagine if you're a Trump supporter and you had diabetes and you were enjoying the lower cost of insulin. Well, that's just been taken away. What if you're an older person like me who wants to retire? Well, I mean, not retire, but I'd like to be able to collect Social Security. I've worked and put into it my whole life. I'm 7 years away, and Trump's going to destroy that. He's destroying it right now. And Medicaid, he's destroying it right now. And so many of his supporters need those things. Head Start program in school, the free lunches for kids. Like, there's something wrong with that. And why you need to give free lunches to all the kids is real simple. For those of you who aren't smart enough to understand it, okay? Because, look, kids can bring their own lunch all they want, but you never want to make kids feel like they either can or can't, or, you know, if some kids qualify because their parents are too poor, but then other kids' parents don't have the money, but they make too much to qualify. Like, you just can't create barriers to that lunch for the kid and breakfast. So we need to give our kids free meals in schools. And if you've ever been a parent, man, that's the greatest thing ever. Even if it's not what you would want them to have all the time, or if it's not the perfect meal, whatever, it's food, it's at school, it's there, breakfast and lunch, if you get them early enough. That's one of the greatest programs our country has going, or any country. My God, feeding the children. Oh, gotta cut all these other programs, gotta cut. Also, we can give tax breaks to the billionaires. We need to take, there's 3 families that own half the wealth in our country. Let's tax them all 90% of all their wealth. My God. After $1 billion, there should be a 90% tax bracket, so that you got to make 10 billion to make 1 billion. Everything after your first billion. That would be a good, and then just let's just cut down to size all the billionaires in our country down to $1 billion. $1,000 million is enough. And if it ain't, you're a douchebag. And we could do so much. Holy shit. All right, so Yeah, I'm trying to process what's going on. Everyone is. Our government officials, our elected officials on the left are trying to process it. It is just the scariest, most corrupt coup d'etat from the inside. The Confederates finally won the Civil War, and they're ransacking the White House, and they're ransacking the Treasury, and they're doing everything they can to destroy American life. They're trying to create chaos, and then based on that, they're going to declare a national emergency and martial law. That's what's coming. That's what these assholes want to do. It's been in their playbook from the beginning, and they're just creating the chaos right now, and it's just going to keep getting worse and worse and worse. And Donald Trump's just going to admit to, oh, that's just what you got to deal with, and his stupid followers are going to be like, yeah, that's just what we got to deal with. It's good for our country for us to fuck everything up. It's sad. Anyway, yeah. What else? What else? So on that note, oh, I need glasses for that, huh? I don't think I can read this. Maybe I can. Oh, God, it just makes me sick. I am going to memorize this list of all the companies that donated to Trump and Project 2025. And I'm going to do everything I can to never give any of these people my business. And in some cases, that's going to take some changes. I'm going to have to change my auto insurance, Geico. And why would you do that? Why would you donate to, oh, I know why, because there no corporate taxes. Right, just a shill, just gross. Hey, let's support this guy because he won't make us pay any taxes. He's going to destroy the country. We don't care about that. We don't care about democracy. We just want our money. I mean, it's gross. So, and then all the things I used to like a little. I liked golf a little, and then Live Golf, and then the infestation of the PGA and the players and the Saudi Arabians who freaking attacked us on 9/11. Oh, gross. So I will never watch golf again. I'll never play golf again. I agree now, 100% with you, George Carlin. Golf sucks. All right, and then UFC. I will never watch a UFC Dana White fight ever again in my life. I might watch some other. There's a few other places. It's just such gnarly violence. I don't think it's really good for me or anybody to watch, to be honest with you. I don't think our fascination with extreme violence is good for us, and that's a conversation no one's having. No one's talking about how it's probably not good for us to watch people on top of one another pounding the guy in the head until the ref stops it, because in real life there's no ref, right? People see that and they emulate it. It's just can't be good. And so yeah, when I saw Dana White in the front row of a Trump rally at the beginning of the pandemic, defiantly not wearing a mask, like that's just so hard to do. But in reality, I'm sure his breath stinks so bad he just didn't want to brush his teeth, which is what I think compelled people to protest their mask wearing. I'd rather not brush my teeth. I can't brush my teeth, but I'm gonna go protest that. Anyway, I thought it was good. It was like, oh, you always know if your breath is any good or bad or how bad it is. Anyway, so yeah, when he was hanging out with a My Pillow guy. What a tool that guy is. Fucking weird douchebag. And in the front row of a Trump rally, when everyone was in a crowd where it was the safe thing to do was wear a mask, and he wouldn't do it. I was like, what a douche. And look at this guy, Trump supporter, gross. So yeah, I will never support any UFC anything. And then I'll never watch Joe Rogan again or listen to him. I mean, my God, I thought he was worth a shit. Years ago, he once said he would always vote to protect women's rights. You know, he would never vote against that. And I was like, oh, good. Like, at least he has that common sense. Like, he gets it. You know, he's not a total idiot. And, goddamn, Dope smoker moves to the one state you can still get arrested for smoking weed. That makes no sense. Yeah, and then it turns into this freaking Trump-loving Republican traitor. He has one traitor on his show after another. The Candace Owens, the Ben Shapiro's, all these right-wing tools he gives this platform to, and he tries to absorb their viewers while he broadcasts their message, and it's so gross. That's one thing. I almost had an interview last night. I was going to do a cooking show with this lady, Linda, lives downstairs. She's in her 70s. She lost her house in the fire. She lived at Puamana in one of the condos there. And so she's got her story of a condo owner where the outside is going to be rebuilt, and she has to redo the inside, and how she's financing that. It's interesting. And she's well-educated, very articulate, and would make a very interesting interview and recipient. I want to cook for her because she's my downstairs neighbor, and I've been wanting to cook for her. Hopefully I can do this on the regular, like once a week. It'd be great. And so it'll be a conversation with Linda, and a cooking video, and a reaction to the food video. Oh my God. Like 3 videos in one video. I don't know. I know. It's amazing. I don't know how I do it. So, yeah, what else? I'm covering the things I got to cover. Got to do a storyboard for my film editing class. Still don't know how to edit film at all. But soon. It's about to happen. I think I'm about to learn some stuff. But it's all the kind of stuff my mind doesn't want to. Just so hard for me to sit down and get into a freaking computer and then want to interact in all these little ways with all the distractions of the world. I tell you, I won my fantasy football league this year. Now that there's no money to win, because we just play for the love of it at this point after the fire, you know. But I won this. Mary Jane fantasy football champion. Although if I'm going to be living in my car, I don't want to put this on my license plate. So I'm just going to keep it for now, because I don't want my car recognizable. I want my car to be just one that blends in case I'm sleeping in it. Let's filter water and see what's going on with the water and the filters. I'm trying to figure out what to do and what's the best filters. That zero water is weird way, like it works great at first, and then at some point it goes bad, and then worse than bad. It gets like, last time I did it, parts per million, like doubled, tripled, doubled. And that was weird. So, all right, let's get down to cooking some more. Can I show you the big deal? I got so lucky. When Trump was running for office, he should have said, when I become president, I'm going to make sure you have no eggs. But I found some egg whites. That was a big victory. 3 weeks, I haven't seen an egg for 3 weeks. And I scored. Egg whites, baby. All right, we're going to put those into our stir-fry fake rice. The fake rice is cauliflower. And then I added quinoa to, and garlic and onions, and dash of shoyu, and some coconut oil. But we'll get that heat going, get that sizzling, crackling. We'll add some eggs in there. That'll be fun. And then we'll get to work on the other aspects. Here. I got some Maui Nui venison. I'm gonna make, okay, so on the bottom, I might even make some garlic noodles, because that'll be good on the bottom of a Loco Moco too. So a Loco Moco is usually on top of that rice, a hamburger, a couple sunny side up eggs, and some gravy. Now there can be a lot of variations there. That protein could be things other than a hamburger. You know, in a restaurant, they're doing it a lot of different ways. Like, you know, you could top it with fish or chicken or, in this case, a venison burger, or a fish. I might, and because I might prep up a bunch of these little loco mocos and make, like, you know, future meals for the next several days. Meanwhile, what I should be doing right now is my homework, but it's all good. I have to draw a storyboard from a movie setting the scenes. I didn't realize the detail to which a director storyboards a movie, where they have a sketch, a drawing of every camera angle and scene before they shoot it, and it's all planned out ahead of time. It's amazing detail. Excuse me, don't mind me. Cheers. Oh, and this is my fantasy football championship ring. I love these guys. I love these guys. I tell you what. Oh, my buddy Spud's got an interesting setup. He did the opposite that what I did. I tried to stay in the way of the people offering housing and help needing it, and I received it, and I'm thankful for that. He chose not to. He didn't want anything to do with FEMA. So I think they gave him just $750, a little bit of cash, I think, in the beginning, and that's it. And then he just refused everything from them. And fast forward, he's gone through a rigmarole, and he ended up a miracle here, a miracle there. He's got a camper, and he built this killer room next to it on another friend's Suleiman's lot up on I Don't Care. How's that? Like, I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. That's the best street ever. But yeah, he's living up there. And perhaps we'll have to go visit him. He's not afraid of the camera. And but he's been working with he's had the presence of mind, which I haven't been doing a good job of this next phase. There's these people that are helping us get housing here. We have to prove that we've lost everything again, which that was traumatizing for me, having to prove it again after all this frustration. And anyway, I finally filled out the one thing I needed to fill out, and tomorrow I'm finally going to go and get this thing notarized and send it in. And I have to do that for if I'm going to get any help finding housing. Otherwise, I'm going to be living in my car pretty soon, or just going broke for a little while here, or you know, if I have to get a place to live here, it's going to be too expensive for me to be able to actually afford. So, you know, it's going to force tough decisions or big decisions. My kids are born and raised here. I'd hate to move away from here, but that might end up being, or at least moving to other parts of the island. But we'll see. All right. We got some egg whites cooking in there with our stir-fried rice quinoa. And that's exciting. That's fun. Let me show you. Show you what's going on down here. There it is. We got some egg whites here. Oh, I got egg whites. So exciting. Can you believe it? And the Trump era of no eggs and terrible inflation. Joe Biden brought inflation way down. It wasn't his fault that it was there in the first place. And unemployment was really high, and he brought that way down. It wasn't his fault either in the first place. And now we got a guy that's not going to create any jobs, doesn't care about any of that stuff. And yeah, we're doomed. 16 million jobs. Thanks, Joe Biden. Oh, and the one thing, Republicans are so petty and they're such shitty people that they just want to take away and destroy and dismantle anything that a Democrat ever did in the history of being Democrats. And if Republicans could go out across America and rip up all these beautiful roads that Joe Biden and the Democrats built, thank you very much, they would. And if you've never driven anywhere, then you don't know how great the roads are now. And we owe that all to a very sane and hardworking, good president, Joe Biden. Thank you, Joe Biden, for the great roads. Thanks for bringing unemployment way down. Thanks for bringing inflation way down. Right before this dipshit's gonna raise it all the way up. It's so bad. It is so bad. It is such a sad story. Is America over? Is this the end of our country? Anyway, are these some of my last meals? Is the Gestapo gonna be at my door soon? All right, we got eggs. So I've been wanting to do a loco moco, but you kind of need eggs. And I wanted to do it. I wanted there to be eggs in my stir fried rice, fake stir fried rice, because there's no rice in it. And I at least need some scrambled egg whites for the top of the loco moco, because it normally would require 2 sunny side, 3 sunny side eggs up. But sometimes people order it with egg whites, so we'll pretend you ordered it with egg whites, and we'll move forward. All right, and that's exciting and fun. Okay, there we got stir fry rice quinoa with eggs. All right, good times. Okay, we'll just set that aside for now. I love these pans I got at Ross. They were like $9. So good. Game changers in my kitchen, these ceramic pans that have no PFAS chemicals, no Teflon. Like, oh my God, all those years I was cooking on Teflon. All right, let's see, what else? What next? Let's cook up that Maui Nui venison. Cook that up. The burgers. Gonna make burgers. Oh my God! And all these degenerates. And then of course the petty, because the little boy in the White House can't handle it. It's just such an it's so weird how these guys wear their insecurities on their sleeve by going after anyone that criticized them. Like, that is the biggest, wimpiest, pussiest move ever. Ugh. They're like children on a playground that are like second grade, not even like mature enough to be fourth graders. It's so sad that we all have to watch this. And it's our country. It's embarrassing. It's just embarrassing. Anyway, okay. All you people in other countries, I'm so sorry. My country sucks so bad right now. So sorry. It's so sad. So sad. Oh, man, I got to figure out AI. I've never really, I've asked the Google Assistant, questions. But yeah, I need to interact. I need to and I don't know. So DeepSeek, if if you haven't heard the news, there's this AI company that for like 1/100th of the cost of everybody else created this apparently very good, very likable artificial intelligence. And of course it comes from China, so it is a spy tool of the Chinese, and we will quickly become dependent and in love with it, and then we want to keep that, just like TikTok, which is a threat to national security, but it helped Trump get in office because the Chinese wanted to destabilize us, and boy are they feasting right now. Oh my God, these stupid tariffs we're gonna have to pay for with higher prices at the grocery store. They're an invitation for China to just swoop in and say, hey, can we help you out? How can we help you? While they're saying, screw you, we'd like to help you. Like Panama, like all of them. Hey, we'll be your ally. We'll protect you from America. That's what we want. We want China helping Canada protect itself and Mexico to protect itself from us. That's what we want. Or we want the Russians, right, to go into Panama and help protect Panama from us, right? We want the European Union to go into Greenland to protect Greenland from us, because suddenly we are predators. I mean, and then there you get the world chaos that these assholes want. They want chaos. They love to see people suffer because they're all in their freaking cage. They don't realize, they actually are so stupid, so short-sighted, they don't realize how everything's connected, right? They're all interconnected, interdependent. You never get away from it. You can try to ignore it, but so. All right, so I got this Maui Nui venison, and sourced for what? I couldn't read the last couple words of that sentence. Anyway, oh God, it is just so disheartening. We've done our best to try to create goodwill and friends around the world over decades, centuries, and the traitor in the White House is undoing all that because he's an asshole. And these white inferiorists, South African Nazi-influenced Peter Thiel and Elon Musk, full-on Nazis, are right in there, just gleefully fleecing our government, eating up all the government contracts. Although, and the stock market, that needs to be talked about. Holy shit. So if you ever heard me talk about my investment advice, it all starts with being conservative with your money, which means you keep 50, 60, 70% of it out of the market while you go into the market. 20 stocks. You want to manage your own portfolio. You buy one company at a time, roughly 5% in each company, so that 30, 40% of your money is divided 20 different ways. And you specialize in finding companies that pay good dividends so that you can grow your money systematically, right? Your money just automatically grows when it earns dividends. And you keep buying more stock that pays you more money, that helps you buy more stock, right? Like Annaly Capital Management pays 12% right now. I'm talking real terms. And has been paying 12% because it's a real estate investment trust, which might have been a business model that would have been on the attack because it's basically the corporations that own all the houses that we don't, that force rents and property values up artificially, screwing us all over, making the cost of living unbearable, contributing to homelessness and all the rest. Because what we need is more home ownership. Anyway, stock market. Okay, so why Why should you only be invested 30-40% with your big pile of money? Because of what's going on right now. Because of when, not if, but when the stock market recedes, when it crashes, when some dipshit asshole. Now, right now, it's going to be these weird forces where corporations are going to be taxed, not at all. Their corporate taxes going down. Labor rights are going down. They're going to do it. They're going to try to get rid of minimum wage. They're going to do everything they can to screw over the little man and make it easy for. Oh, check it out. So this is my Maui Nui venison burgers. And they got garlic and onion in them, and some other stuff too, some seasoning, some stuff. So why? So because when the stock market drops 50%, like Trump did the first time around, stock market was at 28,500 or 29,500. 29,500 on February 12th in 2020, and Trump was such a dipshit and didn't care about anybody, didn't care about anybody but himself, didn't care about the people dying from the pandemic. As a malignant narcissist, a sociopath, and a pathological liar, would naturally not care. He, you could see it coming. The pandemic was coming like a steamroller, but people were like, no, the stock market was going up. And the stock market was going up all through Trump's thing because corporations weren't paying any taxes. And they were getting away with inflation, especially once Joe Biden got in office, because these Republican assholes thought, oh, if we just raise prices now, it'll make Joe Biden look bad, and we can make more money right now. And so, Walmart, etc. So why you invest conservatively, keeping most of your money out of the stock? Because the way you get rich is by having cash on the sidelines to move into the stock market when it crumbles. Now, the future's looking so uncertain. When it crumbles, I don't know how you could find a re-entry point, a point that's safe. I mean, if Kamala Harris was elected, yeah, okay, in 4 years, or if somebody else with some sanity, if Democrats sweep the House and the Senate in the next election, there'd be a reason to think there could be some stability. But the volatility that's going to come from these thieves, just outright derelict thieves and rapists and traitors, and everything's awful about these horrible people. And the best thing is they claim to have some sort of moral turpitude. There ain't no morals in the skinhead right. The skinheads. If you're a skinhead with a full head of hair, you might be a Republican. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Yes, sir. You just might be a Republican if you're a skinhead with hair. How about Pete Hegseth? If you don't know this one wonderful detail about Pete Hegseth, bragged he hasn't washed his hands in 10 years. Also his hair. His hair, when you're looking at his hair, it's just full grease, natural grease. He hasn't washed his hair in 10 years. The guy's gross, and he's a rapist, and a traitor, and a drunk. God, how's that? If you don't know alcohol like I do, I know alcohol. I've been serving it for 40 years. So, and I know alcoholism, and I know alcoholics. There's no such thing as an alcoholic. They just say, I won't quit. I'll quit if I get that job. Ain't no way. He could quit for 3 days. If he actually tried to quit, wanted to quit, he could quit for 3 days. And then his cravings will get so strong, he will go on a bender. He'll stay up at night just to drink. I mean, I've seen this. I've lived with it. I know alcoholics, and that guy is an alcoholic who is going to be drunk on the job. He may try to wait until the end of the day when he gets out of the Pentagon. But once he gets comfortable in that office, man, he's going to have a liquor cabinet in there, guaranteed. Oh. All right, so we got some stir-fried rice. It's not rice, it's cauliflower, quinoa. Got some quinoa, got some burgers, got some venison burgers. That's exciting. I'm excited. All right, these are the components. Of the kai. Oh man, I feel gross. And this is one of the side effects of the PTSD is like I'm just not keeping all my wheels spinning all the time. Like there's always one wheel that slows down and stops. Like I did not take a shower yesterday. This is one day of grease. I need to take a shower. I did swim in a pool, but still I didn't shower. And you know, that's not normal for me. But that's PTSD. You know, you might be getting 4/5 of all the things you need to get done, but one of them might be suffering all the time. Like, or you know, I might skip brushing my teeth for a day, or I don't know. Anyway, putting off my homework to the last second, doing an all-nighter just to do a homework assignment, which is what I end up doing. But that's okay. I'm just glad to be doing that. Seems like school is good for the brain. I highly recommend you go back to school. By the way, Jane Fonda has a big recommendation for you all, and that is that you'll live another 7.5 years if you stay socially connected, and yeah, just social connections will help you live an extra 7.5 years. And apparently, according to Jane Fonda, the best way to make social connections is taking an art class. So, or any class, I think. So don't look past your community college. A lot of value there. You can learn anything. You can learn how to weld. You can learn French. You could learn biology, advanced mathematics. Anyway, I digress. All right, so now this is exciting. We got this. We got that. We got our base. We got our burgers. Put those off to the side. Because this is going to be a really healthy loco moco. It isn't always necessarily healthy rice. It's white rice, a nice fatty burger, a Wagyu beef burger. The gravy. It's usually topped with gravy, right? Gravy isn't always super healthy. But I got a way to make healthy gravy. Or I got an idea. This is what I did last time. Anyway, mushroom. Mushroom gravy, which basically, you know, you get a bunch of mushrooms. This is all I do. And start cooking them, and then add like some mushroom soup. And then call it a mushroom gravy. And then, of course, I'm adding mushrooms, which are good. Mushrooms are just automatically good things. Everyone knows that. Mushrooms, good. Oh, cheers. Let's drink coffee together. I don't get out much, so this is good, you know. Hanging out with my friends here. It's interesting. I am slowly but surely actually making real friends in the real world from this YouTube channel, which is a little weird at first. But it's a little weird perpetually, but not always. In some cases, you can make a friend for life, which I have. So I need more water in my coffee maker. So I'm putting water through a 3 times pure. What does that look like? This is a 3 times pure. I got a 2 times pure. And what is it times? It's 2 times better than a Brita, or 3 times better than a Brita, so they claim. So that's where I'm put it first, right? And then I'm putting it into the 0 water. presumably making the zero water have less work to do, and then hopefully it's coming out zero. But this right here tests the parts per million. So why don't we just do some tests on the water, see what's going on with that. Oh, and Costco's not afraid of hiring inclusively, thankfully, because if I wanted, one of the many places I could work on this island is Costco. And knowing that they're inclusive means that they might hire a 56-year-old man. And I would like to be included in the workforce, right? I just looked at the jobs at the one place I want to work. And it's like there's a manager job, which would just be this full-on commitment, 50 hours a week at this corporation. That's how that works. There's a supervisor job, which pays $31.50 an hour. If I work 2,000 hours, that's $63,000 a year right there, and then the benefits and the matching 401k, it'd probably be like probably be valued at 75 grand a year as a supervisor. Or as a underling, I could just apply for it. There's a bartender gig if I could get that. That actually is probably the highest paying job of them all. Comes with a hassle. Being a bartender isn't that enjoyable. Dealing with drunk people sucks. Drunk people are assholes. and they're not pleasant. Like, if you walk into a place and you have the option of taking a table because you're civilized, and I've sat at the bar plenty myself, or going to the bar because you're just an uncivilized drinker like maybe me, well, that really separates, the people. The higher quality people sit down at a table, the lower quality people sit down at the bar, okay, in general, and they're more inclined to be unable to stay under control what they're drinking, and so you just have to deal with drunk people, and that it gets so old so fast. Like, it's almost bothersome when bartenders are like standoffish and they won't talk to you. But if you've ever done the job, you can kind of understand, because they just have to do so many assaults have hit them so many different ways. They've learned to try to just avoid all of it and try to keep it at a distance. And so yeah, I think that's basically what that is. But also they got the wrong job. They didn't really like people in the first place. So, whew, all right, well, do I want to keep all the flavors on that pan for any reason? Man, I got so many vegetables I got to deal with. So much chopping to do. All right, well, I'm filtering water so I can make more coffee. I gotta make it really slowly. I have a blend going on. I got two kinds of coffee. I got this nice Starbucks. How about this? So cheap at Costco. Thank you for being inclusive. $12.99. It's gone up in price again, but $12.99 for 2.5 pounds. That is, if it was $12.50, 49 cents less, that'd be exactly $5 a pound. All right, $5 a pound. I consume maybe a pound, maybe a little more than a pound a month. So 12, 15 pounds, 15 times 5, right, is $75. Is that, yeah, $75 a year. So 15 pounds, $75 a year. That's what it costs to drink dark, good coffee every day, all year long. $75. You can spend $75 in 4 days at Starbucks. I'm just saying. I do not coffee out or eat out or drink out very often. Let's get this going. So okay, so I got that, and then I got this. This is Costco brand. Everyone loves Costco, because they didn't go the way of the right-wing skinheads. They kept their diversity, equity, and inclusion. Yeah, the woke Costco. Oh yeah. Oh, if you don't know what I'm woke, you don't know what woke means. Just it's it's laughable. It's so laughable. So woke means just one thing: awareness. Are you aware? Are you aware? Are you aware that there once was a Holocaust? Are you aware that there once was slavery? If you're just aware of these things, you are by definition woke. So that's pretty much everybody, including the people who are fighting the war against woke. They are woke. They are aware of the Holocaust and of slavery. It's like, it is the biggest bunch of dumb shits fabricating the biggest pile of fake shit ever and then trying to make it a thing. It's like there's less than 10 trans athletes in all of NCAA sports. Less than 10. So let's say 7. There's 7. There's 510,000 athletes in NCAA sports. 510,000, 7 trans athletes. And that's something that our Congress needs to be concerned with? Are you kidding me? I mean, come on. Yeah, it's all just smoke and mirrors, distractions, while they just loot the country and screw us all over, including their own constituents. Are you a veteran? You just got screwed. Are you old? Are you young? Are you black? Are you a woman? They're coming for your right to vote, ladies, right? My great-great-grandmother fought her ass off. Fought her ass off to try to get the right to vote for women. And Republican women are just going to vote to give it away like morons. It's unbelievable. Oh. But people just aren't informed anymore, right? I'm at school and my class knows nothing. Nobody in my class knows anything about anything. Like, I follow current events every day. I know everything that happens every single day all my life since I was like 7. I followed the presidential campaign when I was 6, when it was Carter and Ford. Because it's a race, it's compelling, and the media plays up to it, and the country gets into it. It's a competition, and it's compelling media, and I've been sucked in my whole life and interested. And on the sidelines, I've been contemplating ways to make the world a better place. If I ever become a politician, I have just a long list of everything we need to do to solve, I won't say all the problems, but close to it. I mean, global warming, oh my God. Ocean, so if you watch this channel, if you've ever watched the ocean out here, there used to be a beach out there, like 20, 30 feet, 40 feet out, okay? And now you see it's so high, there's not even no beach, but it's up, it's working on this building, and it's gonna take this building eventually. When they were building buildings back in the day, they weren't anticipating that the ocean would rise because Republicans are so stupid and have been for so long. God, Bush could have just been like, okay, now that we stole the election from you, Al Gore, you were right. Let's all work together to try to protect the environment because that's our kids' future. Why don't Republicans care about their kids' future? Like, you really want your kids to grow up with martial law, nuclear war, white racist supremacy, a violent world, violence? Oh my God, and don't even get me started. The freaking letting all the freaking traitors, insurrectionists go out of prison. So our streets are flooded with all these degenerate criminals. And it's just sick. Cop killers. Yeah, the party that's in favor of law enforcement just let out cop killers. A whole bunch of them, 1,500 of them. They were all collectively responsible for those cops' deaths. They're all cop killers. They were all part of the same horrible activity. And it's gross. They are gross. Oh my God. Anyway, I just hope that other countries, and I just hope we all survive the next 4 years. And yeah, I just don't, it's sad because there have been all these weird predictors, right? This Nostradamus lady, Baba Vanga, she said that 45, President Trump, the 45th president, who is now the 47th, but same person, right? She said 45 would be the last president, right? Implying that our country would fall. And it's starting to look like her prophecy is now coming true. I thought when Joe Biden was elected, we were going to avoid that. But when Trump was reelected, I realized that prophecy is now back on track. And then there's this case, and if you haven't seen it, I should put it up. Eventually, I was thinking I might have no place to sit at a table in this whole place. And so that's one of the things that actually keeps me from making videos, and it's hard, I can't do my homework. Like sitting back on an uncomfortable chair is just different than the energy you get when you're sitting upright at a table. Yeah, anyway, seems like thoughts work better when you're sitting upright. Oh, this coffee's so strong. Anywho, all right, let's see here. Can you hear the ocean in the background? Time is 6. It's almost 6:20. Oh, it's 4:20 somewhere in the world. Oh yeah, so a local bong shop says, yeah, it's 4:20 somewhere in the world, and then they go on to explain it, right? Like, because like if it's 4:20. If it's 11:20 here, it's 4:20 in, Pennsylvania. Or if it's 4:20, if it's 1:20 here, it's 4:20 in California, excuse me. Oh, I'm so lucky. That was the pan that I cooked the burgers on and didn't have anything on it. The other pans have a lot of stuff in them. See the pans with all the stuff in them? Got the burgers and the stir-fry rice, which is fake rice. It's cauliflower. And the quinoa and the onions there. Thank God. Okay. Not very good at doing two things at once. Although this is kind of fun. It's nice to be distracted while I'm talking to you, and probably helps foster the thought process. Can't say enough about Costco. Oh my God, Walmart. Of course. Because their wealth is going to be protected by this tyrant. But Walmart donated heavily to Trump, and which is the Walton family, which is one of the three families that owns half the money of our entire country. Just fleecing it right off the backs of the working class. And Target ended its DEI programs. So even though the women are sometimes attractive in Target, especially compared to Walmart, I'm just not going to go there. I'll go Costco and then Safeway on this side. I don't think Safeway donated to Trump, so I'll keep shopping there. And that's how I'm going to fight back with my dollars. Not putting any of my dollars towards any of these shit-ass companies. So let's go over this list. AutoZone. And this sucks. Ace Hardware is on the west side. Can't ever go there again. Allegiant Air. Arby's. Not all fast food companies donated to the Nazification of our country. Not all sports teams, but some of them did. And I'll never be going back to any of these. And I'll certainly root against all of these sports teams forever. Oh, and I'm so glad I didn't get a Chiquita brand banana. I bought local apple bananas. Yeah, God, I'd be so bummed if it said Chiquita on it. Anyway. Okay, so, all right, real quick, I'll try to go through this. These are all the companies that did not contribute towards democracy. They only donated towards the evil empire that has just taken over, and is just beginning to destroy everything, including our government and many people's lives. Many people will die. Pulling our aid to Africa's AIDS program is going to cause people to die there. Here, there, elsewhere, immigrants are going to die in detention camps. I mean, there's just going to be so much death. But meanwhile, these asshole Republicans and the prison corporations, they're going to make lots of money, and then they're going to give lots of money to the politicians, and they're all going to get rich from all the corruption. And Republican dumb shits are going to keep voting for these assholes. And it's so sad. Like, how does that make sense to any American to do that? I don't know. And seeing it in other countries too. I mean, the rise of the hard right Nazis in France, Germany, Romania, Hungary, Poland, freaking, it's just it's hard to understand, like, how anyone became so awful, how anyone could be that awful, and then they all call themselves, oh yeah, I believe in God. Yeah, right. Now you're following Lucifer. Imagine all these Republicans when they get to hell and Trump's checking them into hell. They're gonna be like, I don't understand. How did I go to hell? I did everything he told me to do. My church told me. I hated the immigrants. I hated women. I hated Asians and Mexicans and foreigners in general. I hated I hated Democrats. Oh, Joe Biden. I hated Joe Biden. That was supposed to get me into heaven, wasn't it? and the devil's gonna be there. He's going, yeah, right. Do you not hear yourself talk? You thought you could hate your way into heaven? Boy, I mean, they have fucked up Christianity so bad, these fucking Christo-fascist pigs. Anyway, okay. All right. Okay, AutoZone, Ace Hardware, Allegiant Air, Arby's, Armor All, Ashley Furniture, Ball Underwear, Bausch & Lomb, Big Heart Pet Brands, Bike Athletics, all Molson beer products, all Coors beer products. Adolf Coors, he was a white supremacist. Brooks Shoes, sad, because they prevent plantar fasciitis. Can't buy Brooks Shoes. Buffalo Bills, glad they lost. Buffalo Wild Wings. Buick Cadillac, I'll never own a Buick or Cadillac. Carl's Jr., Champ Clothing. Hanes, oh shit. I think this could be Hanes. Damn. No more Hanes white t-shirts. Other people make white t-shirts though. Okay. I'll have to be checking the labels. Chevy. Damn. I suppose if I buy an old Camaro, still won't be bad. But yeah, I won't be buying any new Chevys. That's too bad, because you don't want reasons to not buy American cars, right? They give us too many reasons already by making them unreliable. Oh man, I need some heat on that. Whoa. All right, sorry, I keep getting, I'm so stuck. All right, here we go. Okay. Buick Cadillac, Carl's Jr., Champ Clothing, Hanes, Chevrolet, Cinnabon, Cincinnati Financial, Con Air, Cuisinart, Dairy Queen, Dirt Devil, Discount Tire, Dole Foods, Exxon Dudley Sports, Farberware, Florist.com, Folgers Coffee. I could have bought Folgers, but I definitely didn't. I bought the Colombian coffee from Costco brands, which would be a lot more expensive if you put tariffs on Colombia. I wish they had not capitulated, because that was going to turn into a total disaster for the idiot. Putting a huge 25% tax on all of America's coffee. Great idea, Donald. Oh my God. Fruit of the Loom. Oh, so Hanes and Fruit of the Loom. I check my labels. Can't be buying that ever again. Oh, remember that. Fruitbouquets.com. Fry's Electronics. Geico Insurance. Got to change my insurance company. George Foreman Grill. GMC. Hardee's. Hetzelberg Diamonds. Home Goods. Hendrick Motorsports. Hobby Lobby. Hoover Vacuum. Horizon Bank. Keller Williams Realty. Legs Pantyhose. Las Vegas Sands. LL Bean. Maidenform Underwear. Marshall's. Martin's Famous Pastry Shops. McDonald's. All Miller Beer Products. All Milwaukee's Best Products. Molson. Mobile. Is that T-Mobile? I don't know. My Pillow, Napa Auto Parts, New Orleans Saints, New York Yankees, Norwegian Cruise, Old Dutch Foods, Oric Vacuums, Purdue Farms, Playtex, Public Storage, Railvac, Schlotsky's, Shell Oil, Sierra Trading Post, Slumberland, Soma Intimates, Spalding, Stanley Black & Decker Hardware, Star Furniture, Stiletto Tools, Tampa Bay Buccaneers, The Popcorn Factory, Toastmaster, Tractor Supply, Wendy's, Wynn Resorts, 1-800-Flowers, Smucker's Products. I saw those at Costco, made sure I avoided those. Publix, Act Fluoride, Procter & Gamble, that's a lot of products. Baskin & Robbins. You know Ben & Jerry's ain't gonna be on this list. Charmin, Omni Hotels, Wow Cable, Arizona Diamondbacks, Chiquita Brands, Jimmy Dean, Motorola, Papa John's, Walmart, Young Brands. I believe Young Brand is Pizza Hut, Taco Bell, and Kentucky Fried Chicken. Oh no, that's Yum Brands. This is Young Brands. I'm sorry. Young Brands, I think, might be shipping. I don't know. Garmin Sports Products, Alamo Rental Cars, Hershey Products. No more chocolate syrup for me. Ghirardelli chocolate only from now on for the rest of my life. Anthropologie, Bacardi, Bluebell, Chobani Yogurt, and again, Jimmy Dean Foods. Those companies all donated to the Project 2025, which is arguably the Nazification of our country, the dismantling of our democracy, and Donald Trump. And they did not at all, or very little, made contributions towards the one choice that would have been for democracy, which would have been Kamala Harris, who probably really did win. They purged 4 million votes from the by challenging voter challenges. Some sort of corruption they figured out that they could do legitimately, sort of. But yeah, they nullified like 4 million votes. So Kamala probably really did win. And of course, everyone's set up to be like, oh yeah, right now you're going to say that because we said that first. And we were the ones where it was stolen from. But it wasn't stolen from them. But then, of course, it becomes something that the other side is reluctant to want to say because it's so disgusting to say. It's been overplayed. We want to try to create confidence in our systems, right? And avoid the chaos that the Republican Party is all about. Chaos and pain. That's the whole point of everything. And right now, every day there's going to be more chaos. More pain, like tonight, Sunday night. Like over the weekend, they always do shit on Friday night so no one can react till Monday or whatever. But there's going to be some new news tomorrow about some other stupid, awful thing they did today, right? Oh, excuse me. Let's see. Is that Fruit of the Loom? That's on that list, right? All right, Fruit of the Loom. I thought I saw Fruit of the Loom on here. Didn't I say Fruit of the Loom? I gotta memorize this, so I know it. I can just filter the world knowing which companies supported the overthrow of the United States of America by these traitors, insurrectionists. Who supports insurrectionist traitors? Like, how could anybody do that? How could anybody? Oh God, it's all so awful and so gross. And this is how real Americans think. Okay, you don't get out much if you haven't talked to people like I have. I never meet anyone that's like, yeah, it's so great that the traitor won. Like, oh my God. Where is it? I swear I saw Fruit of the Loom. Was it on this last? Oh, there it is. Yeah, Fruit of the Loom. Okay. Everybody, I'll throw this away, get another t-shirt. All right. All right. Whew. Oh, sorry. Sorry you had to see that. This body ain't very pretty to look at. I did exercise today and yesterday. Not a lot, but more than a little. Well, no, just a little. But I did exercise. Maybe I'm starting the new habit back again that I need to do in order to live. I just saw another podcaster talking about, by the way, another podcaster interviewing a super smart doctor person talking about skeletal muscle and how important it is and why we got to exercise, especially when we're old, and why we got to do weight resistance training. And it was very informative and interesting, and but it was just more of the same. And more of the same is, turns out, diet and exercise is good for you. Oh yeah. Right? Eat healthy. Get enough rest. Make and cultivate friendships. It's going to be the same thing over and over, right? Stay socially connected. Eat right, exercise, sleep right. Cheers to you. Oh, you know what's funny? Is the strongest man in the world, this guy, Eddie, what's his last name? Eddie Hall. He is a natural born comedian. He's actually a very funny person. Could easily transition into comedy because he's actually a funny person. And he's making all these short videos that are all funny. Super funny short videos. Like, he's a total comedian. But you know, the guy, he's the strongest man literally in the world. He's lifted the most weight ever lifted in many categories, and is just a funny beast. And he eats like 10,000 calories or whatever a day. It's crazy. And he farts all the time. He farts and farts and farts all the time. And in his videos, as he's doing whatever comedy routine he's doing, because he's doing these things that are funny, he's got to fart because he's always farting because he eats so much. And so he's an example of the first comedian I've never seen. I mean, it's in cartoons, whatever, but I've never seen a comedian on stage ever. And I've seen, how many times have you seen a stand-up comedian? Have you ever seen one just like take the mic and put it down to his butt and fart in it? I mean, I just feel like there's a place for that. Anyway, you know, because it's non-political, it's safe humor, you know, fart jokes are safe. And they're, you know, farts are universally sort of funny, I'm just saying. The other funny thing is that news story that came out saying that smelling your farts is good for you. That's a funny news story. I'm just saying, like, who got to make up jokes when the truth is that funny? I don't. I don't know. I don't gotta make up jokes. I just tell the truth, because it's so funny. All right, I gotta get to work here. What am I doing? Okay, so, all right, okay, so. Let's make a clean bowl. Make a clean bowl so I can put some stuff in a bowl and start moving forward. This big potty. Big potty. All right. All right, so let's scoop it up, scoop it out. Maybe I'll make one of these just ready to. All right. So that might be the beginning of your loco moco. And in this case, it is. How many more bowls? I got more bowls. I got plenty of bowls. I got medium-sized bowls. That's how big my bowls are. They're medium-sized. So, let's just make some of those. Let's just scoop this all out. So much fun. All that healthy flavor. All right. We'll take these burgers out, put those on top of the onions. And then we'll get maybe one more of those buggers. All right. And we're gonna go treat. We're gonna have 3 of these buggers ready to go. So yeah, we are in a very strange time in history right now with these degenerate criminal traitors taking all of our government positions, dismantling everything. White supremacists, just gross people. The most corrupt bunch of degenerates, and it's so weird how they claim to have some sort of association with God, religion, doing the right thing, what Americans want. This is what the American people want. No, it isn't, you dumbass. First of all, the American people weren't smart enough to know the hell they were doing to themselves while you were stealing the election. Oh my God. All right, that's exciting. Let's scoop a little off the top of this one. All right, that looks pretty good. It's almost the same. All right, now we got three bowls. I got 3 bowls. 3 medium-sized bowls. All prepped and ready to go. Now, we got the burgers prepped. Cook up some eggs. Make some gravy. All right. Oh. And I got a bunch of veggies I need to cook and eat, so we're gonna figure out how to infuse everything with everything. Ooh, cheese. Cheese is always a really good thing. I think if you've heard me talk before, as you know, I got big dreams and goals Ooh, sauerkraut might be good on that too, huh? I got big dreams and goals about, the hell was I talking about? What was I gonna say? I don't know. Apparently I need more coffee. All right. Whew. So, the name of my video has some profundity to it. Anyway, Jim Valvano, Jimmy V, Jim Valvano, whatever you call it, nonprofit cancer research nonprofit is lives on today, and it's in memory of Jimmy V. And he wrote a book and gave a speech, and he talked about if you want to be alive, if you want to live a full life, you got to do 3 things every day. You got to think, you got to laugh, and you got to cry every day in order to be, you know, a person who's fully alive or whatever in this world. So that is part of the name of this video touches on that. That's why the laugh, the cry, the think is in there. That's a shout out to Jimmy V. Oh my God, I just don't understand why any Republican would be happy about our country being overthrown by people who are just gonna stop paying everything that the federal government does. They're gonna stop doing all of it, right? All of it. By the way, our military, 49% of our military is a minority. 51% of our military are white guys. So what are you gonna do? Get rid of half our military because they're not all white guys that you think are the best and the brightest? Yeah, no, it's just, I mean, the shit. Pete Hegseth is a white supremacist jackass. He's got the white supremacist tattoos and shit. He's a freaking far-right extremist and a dipshit, a drunk, and probably a rapist, right? According to the woman who says he raped her. Oh my God. Yeah, and there ain't no way he's quitting drinking now that he's making... And what is that salary he just got? God, it just makes me sick. How did that guy even get that job? With his greasy hair and unwashed hands. And then Duffy, the transportation secretary. And then, oh, Tulsi Gabbard, yeah, let's get this Russian spy to run our national security. And then Cash, oh, why doesn't anybody make fun of Cash Patel? I mean, granted, he probably have you locked up for making fun of him because he's such a little tiny boy. I'm sure he looks down on people, you know, as what he probably sees himself as a high caste in the sphere of Indian ways of thinking. But nevertheless, his name is Cash Yap. Cash Yap. His name is Cash Yap. Nobody calls him his name. Nobody refers to him by his name, which sounds funny, looks funny. And I wouldn't normally be an advocate of making fun of somebody for any reason, you know. I don't like to see people teased. It's not a nice thing to do, generally speaking, unless you're an insurrectionist traitor who's about to try to take over the FBI. It's so gross. It's so unjust. It's so corrupt. He's such a bad person with a really funny name, and he really should be teased for that. Cash Yap. Anyway, all right, let's see. Let's get down on it. Let's cook up the eggs. Some eggs. All right, just eggs. Okay. You know what I'm gonna do to make these eggs a little more exciting and fun. So I have a little bit of bacon here, and I'm just gonna chop up a little bit of bacon and then put that in there with the egg whites, and that'll be a little more breakfasty. Well, if you're uninformed, ignorance is bliss right now. But it's just like that movie, man. You're just not looking up at the meteor that's coming down on you. And just like in that movie, everyone's rationalizing how, oh, there's going to be some good in that. No. The devil has ascended on Washington, and he's got a fucking band of evil fucking, like, demons. They're determined to destroy everyone's happiness. That's what narcissists hate. That's why my dad was jealous of me living in Hawaii, because I lived here, right? When my shitty father, when I asked him, about any of his things, like, just curious, like, do you have any plans for where you'd like any of your things to go? Because my dad was a collector, right? And if you grow up and your dad's a collector of things, you grow attached to those things. He had a campaign button collection. He collected a lot of different things. Old toys from his childhood. He bought a Porsche in 1960 that he kept perfect his whole life, gave that to my brother. But he disinherited his whole family. Other than giving a car to my brother, he disinherited his whole family, left everything to a gold digger, 26 years younger than him, that married him just for his money, and then just wasted her whole life with him, in service to this end that she now has. She got all his money, and she's a miserable drunk who's blown most of it, and who just has a shitty life. She's always had a shitty life because she's always been this shitty person, right? Who was like a con person, con woman, con artist, gold digger, whatever you want to call her. Just a shitty way to live your life. Like, there's no joy in being. Melania is probably the least happy person in the world. So what if she got all that stuff and all that money? She is living a shitty life with a shitty man who she had to have sex with at least once, or probably for a few years, but I don't think she's let him touch her for 20 years. He lives this fake life where he's got this pretty wife, and for 20 years. And he's been incontinent. He's in a diaper all the time. Oh, and he's getting so... Oh, how about this? His orange face. Tell me if you see this when you look at him, because his orange face, like, it's this close to blackface, right? His orange face, if it was one shade darker, it'd be blackface. It'd be the Thunder, that movie with, what's his name? The guy who played Iron Man. Downey Jr. Was blackface in the Thunder something movie, and that's, Trump almost looks like that. It's not that far off. Anyway, every time I see him, I'm like, man, that's just so close to blackface. But it's orange face nonetheless, and God, he's just so deranged, and now he's gonna just get his dementia, and it's just gonna get worse, and he's just gonna do more dangerous and unhinged things, and the Supreme Court is corrupt, and the Senate and the House of Reps are so corrupt, and they're just gonna let him destroy our country, like, because they have no conscience, they have no vision. Oh, what I was gonna talk about earlier. So I've mentioned it, but there is the most compelling, crazy ass video of what looks like a real alien being interviewed by Project Blue Book in 1964, 65. And the alien explains to this guy a little more than 50 years ago that in a little more than 50 years from now, because of religious tribalism, right? The ignorant fools, the fake Christians that are taking over our government in the name of Lucifer, because of religious tribalism and super artificial intelligence, we wipe out most of ourselves, okay, according to this alien who is a descendant of us but who can't interact with us sexually and create children, as he explains to this idiot who's looking for a reason for our existence. But it's called Alien Interview number 1, Alien Interview number 2, Alien Interview number 3. You should watch all of them. They're on YouTube. And they will blow your mind. If you watch them and you think, oh, that is actually plausible, to the point where, what if this is all true and real, right? And if it is, what we're seeing right now is exactly what this alien explained to us was going to happen now, 50 years ago. And then there's Baba Vanga's prediction that the last president of the United States would be President 45, who's Donald Trump, right? Who's back in there. So are we going to lose our country to these racist traitors and the harm that they want to do to everybody? And meanwhile, they've got everyone so ginned up about immigrants being everyone's problem, and they've never been anyone's problem. In fact, most of these asshole rich people have a whole bevy of these people work for them. The housekeeper, their freaking maid, their driver, their nanny, in many of these wealthy homes are immigrants doing a lot of this work. So it's weird and fascinating. All right, so here's what we got going here. Check this out. I'm making some egg whites with bacon. I got 3 bowls, 1, 2, 3 bowls with the kind. And excuse me. All right, and so I got eggs. I got some eggs. I can call these eggs anyway. At least they're real. They were like plant-based eggs I could buy. I was like, oh man, that's just, I don't think I can do that. And I want to bake. So, all right. So this is exciting. We're making some healthy loco moco. Might be the one strike against loco moco is it's not necessarily very healthy. You know what I'm saying? So that is the goal here. We're making some healthy loco moco. But yeah, as I was mentioning earlier, I got big plans and dreams. I'm making a book of my special diet, the add cheese diet. Because when you add cheese to things, it makes everything better. And that would sound like it's not going to be healthy, but that's the beauty of it. I'm going to do it in a healthy way. And you get to have your cheese and eat it too. You know, if you can eat cheese and have a healthy diet, you can have your cheese and eat it too. That's what I always say. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? That's what I always say. You can have your cheese and eat it too. Well, we should try to laugh as much as we can and be as funny as we can. Because what if life is going to be shorter than we thought? We better live it up, all right? And make sure everyone you know votes next time, and hopefully votes for people with a conscience, a heart, and a soul this time. Can you believe America voted for people that have no heart, no soul, no conscience? Evil mother effers. See that? I chose not to swear there. That's what I need to do more of, because we control what we say. We don't need to swear. I don't need to swear, but boy, when a traitor gets in the White House, sure makes you want to swear. Insurrectionist bastards, disgusting people that spread their shit on the walls of the Capitol. Those people were set free and pardoned. The people who shit on the Capitol. Now they're in the Capitol and they're shitting on the Capitol in figurative ways. In every other way you can shit on the Capitol, Republicans are doing it now. First they did it with real shit, And now they're doing it in every other thinkable way possible. And today there'll be more chaos, and tomorrow there'll be more chaos. And eventually the states with a heart and a soul and a backbone are going to resist and fight, and then the federal government's going to come in and try to start locking up the people that fight and resist them, because they're just fighting for people's rights to speak and think and feel and exist. I mean, pretty crazy, man. Pretty crazy. Oh man, this is exciting. This is exciting. We got bacon and eggs. I mean, pretty much. Isn't it just perfect? Everything Trump ever says or does is always going to be a lie, especially the egg lie. I love that lie. Oh, I'm going to bring the price of eggs up. This poor lady, a Filipino lady, right, who presumably voted against herself. She says she's checking me out at Costco. Thank you, Costco, for keeping your diversity. And she's like, "Oh, are you looking forward to prices going down now?" She says to me, like, because she really believed that lie. And you could tell she voted for Trump based on that lie. A Filipino woman who probably has family members that are now going to be worried about being deported. And yeah, I mean, I'm like, what? I'm like, the prices aren't going down. They're going to try to deport you. I tried to tell her, like, oh my God, that's what really happened. And anyway, it is just amazing. The vilification of the other. This group of people that commit half as much crime as native-born Americans. Us native-born Americans commit twice as much crime as immigrants. Because immigrants want to just do their best to fit in and move their life forward. They don't come here to do crime. But right now we're giving them a reason to. Oh, all right. Well, this is exciting. Okay. All right. Well, we got a burger for each. We got a burger. We got a burger. 3 burgers, 3 bowls. Okay. And then we're going to take our eggs, put some eggs in there. Now, normally this would be, 2 or 3 sunny side up eggs. Because you want that. You want those yolks to break and then go down in and make a wonderful swirl. That's what you want. I'll tell you what. Oh, we're having a good time now. Oh, tell you what. Okay. I wanted to cook this for that lady last night. But I'll still have it. I can heat it up. I will have her here soon, and I'll be cooking for her. And I may have one of these just ready to go. Because the way I plan on doing it is just asking her, these are the potential things on the menu. Which of them or which ones would you like? Okay, so now all I gotta do is add the gravy. So I got my fake rice, cauliflower, turned into like stir-fry rice. No real eggs, but I had some egg whites. I was able to get those. So that's in the stir-fry fake rice with garlic and onions, oregano, a little bit of. Did you know oregano is a natural antibiotic? It's a natural antibiotic. Oregano tea, add oregano to your food. You can't have too much oregano. So, and then I added some of this quinoa. I toasted some quinoa and then I made it. And then I tossed that in with the fake rice and the other things. And so I made this like stir-fry rice, but there's no rice. And on top of that, I put a venison burger that has a whole bunch of flavor in it because I like to do that. Herbs and spices and garlic and onions in the meat, and then I cook some egg whites with a little bacon in it, and then put that on top next to it, and then once I make some gravy, pour that over the top, and then that is a loco moco. Eggs, some protein on top of some typically rice, in this case fake rice, with some gravy. And the mushroom gravy should be healthy too, because what I'm going to do simple way, my simple method. What did I do with that can? There it is. Okay, I got this Amy's organic soup in a can. The mushroom bisque. I'm gonna saute up a bunch of mushrooms with a little bit of onions and garlic, and then add that soup, stir it around, and yeah, basically I'm gonna call that a gravy. And it's gonna be pretty healthy because there is no, all the other ones had the omega-6 deadly oils. This one doesn't, so no bad oils. No oils at all. Let's see here. Yeah. It's got butter. No omega-6 oils, which are worse than sugar. So, that's the plan. I got work to do here. Let's get down on it. Get down on it. All right. This is nice. This is like doing a podcast talk show, but I don't have to just sit there and do nothing. I can cook. Cooking is fun. Oh, do I still have it? I do, right somewhere. Need to use up some mushrooms. Do I still have them? Did I eat them already? Oh yeah, right here. So first thing I'm gonna do is start. All right, so dried fancy mushrooms, gourmet from Costco. Again, thank you, Costco, for your diversity, equity, and inclusion. You cool Costco buggers. All right, so we're just gonna get that going with some water so we can bring those to life. All right, so I'm gonna add water to those mushrooms, and as they come to life, they will be part of the mushroom gravy. So I'll start with this, and what I'll do is end up taking the mushrooms. Yeah, I'll probably just leave them in there. But I mean, I could conceivably take those mushrooms out, have that mushroom water as my base for my mushroom gravy, and then start adding these fresh mushrooms into that water, and then take these mushrooms that I've rehydrated and throw them back in with it, with the soup, and then voila, I got what I'm gonna call a mushroom gravy. So, and I've got a bunch of mushrooms that I need to just basically cook them all. They're not gonna get any better. It is like, what, 24 ounces? It's like almost 2 pounds, pound and a half. Pretty good little amount. The Costco portion. That's what I'm doing here. The Costco portion. All right. And I'll just toss these. Actually, I'll just toss these in with these. That'll be fine. Okay. All right. You know what? I think the view of the food might be more interesting than me. By the way, the sun is rising over here. Hasn't quite started shining a light on Molokai because it hasn't come over the mountains yet, but it's risen on the other side of the mountains over there. I think you might be able to see it a little bit. I don't know. Can you see? Can you see the ocean? Yeah, you can see the ocean out there, huh? It's pretty exciting. Some Beautiful day to be alive. Oh, and I got this onion here to cook. Okay, so we got our mushrooms hydrating, and we got work to do. All right. Mushrooms look pretty good. Yeah, I'm just gonna throw them all in there together. Good times. Good times. Oh man, it is so sad to see what's going on in our country. It's also amazing that there's so many people that are just uninformed. But of course, that's what the tyrant wants, right? Tyrants, authoritarians, weak man, insecure little weak men like Trump. They I forget what I was going to say. It's so sad. So disheartening. Oh, they train you to not listen to the truth. Don't listen to the media. Don't listen to the news. They're the ones that are lying to you. Well, I'm telling you the truth. Whether it's a preacher that's telling you that, or a religious leader of any kind telling you that they know the truth and that the others don't know the truth. Yeah, those are liars and con men every time. Politicians or religions alike. Don't trust anybody that, yeah, you can't trust anybody that tells you not to listen to anybody else, right? And that's the shit that drives me out of churches, man. You go to a church and you hear them, oh, don't listen to the people. People tell you, oh, don't listen to people outside the church. Oh, okay. If you want to make me not want to come back to church, just tell me to be stupid. Tell me some illogical, irrational bullshit like, oh, don't listen to nobody outside our religion or our political weird sphere. The freaking Fox News people that just make shit up. Like, I love watching Fox News just to see what kind of crazy bullshit lies they're saying, right? There's all this news out there. There's all this real information, right? You can go watch real information. You can hear what facts are all over the place if you look for them, if you care. And then you tune into Fox, and it's like one ridiculous lie after another about something that doesn't matter, that nobody cares about. Nobody cares about Hunter Biden. Nobody cares about transgender people being treated fairly because they're transgender. That doesn't bother people, right? For a little while there, America was a place that was like kind of proud of that show, Modern Family, right? It wasn't an abomination. It was reality, right? And sad, yeah. Sad, these ignorant traitors, teaching their children to be ignorant traitors too, and then teaching them, how about that? Oh, don't go to college. You don't want that elitist education. It's going to screw you up. Oh my God. And that's all part of the same thing, right? Yo, don't take in any outside information. Don't go to college. Don't listen to anyone outside this weird world we're cooking up, where we tell you the answers to everything. Anyone that tells you they got the answers to shit and that you need them to tell you how to think is a con man, is a leader of a cult. It's like, oh my God, like Trump traitors are like people from Jonestown. They're about to go, they're drinking the Kool-Aid as it's killing them. Imagine you've got diabetes and you voted for the guy that just took away your diabetes medication. Good job. Good job. And I don't know if you've seen those people that go to Trump rallies, but they look like a crowd that about 60% of which probably has diabetes. So I'm guessing that really hurt them, because they are about the most unfit group of people ever. It's just so sad when they corrupt the minds of our youth to the tune of voting for an insurrectionist traitor who's going to foment more, right? Republicans are the creators of mass shootings, right? We would have almost no mass shootings if it weren't for Republicans. It's amazing how awful they are for everyone's health, welfare, safety. Because, you know, the ocean's not rising. You know, the ocean out there, the one that used to have a beach, the water's a foot higher than it used to be, right? You can see it right here. When I moved here 30 years ago, there was a beach there. It is long gone because the ocean is rising, right? And Republican fucking psychopaths have been trying to train their people to not agree with that. Just, it is so hard to fathom. Like, how could anybody be that dumb, right? But yeah, people are. But we can only hope that they get smarter, or that they realize how stupid they were. What Republicans all could do, is apologize to everyone they know for being such shitty people and promise never to be that way again. Anyway, sad, man, sad. I was telling my friend Spud yesterday, oh my God, I'm so thankful. So thankful none of my friends are that fucking stupid, right? And Spud is very well informed, and he was offended at Pete Hegseth being this and just everything. But that's the whole point. They're creating a mess, and they're just gonna use it as an excuse for martial law, because that's what America wants, right? We've heard the mandate from the Republicans. Americans want martial law, chaos, a country of no laws, a country where cop killers get let out of prison. All right, let's see here. I need more water. More water for these hydrating mushrooms. Well, this is fun, cooking with you. Wish I was cooking for you. If I ever have money, I will probably make a food selling place. Although my first business, I know what my first business is going to be. It's going to be a place for comedy, and I will try to get away with selling as much food out of there as I can, without a kitchen and the infrastructure and all the rest. My dream is to have a place, for comedy, where I sell banana bread, and maybe make it there, but at least sell it, and then of course the place is not gonna have any alcohol, so it's not gonna smell like alcohol. It's gonna be a comedy club that smells like banana bread. That's the whole idea. Or not a comedy club, but a place where you would see a comedy show, I guess you could say. All right. We are having fun now. Yes, we are. I was once a pretty gosh darn good prep cook, yes sir. when I was 16 years old. I was a prep cook at the Velvet Turtle restaurant, and then the hors d'oeuvre chef in the bar. Oh, thank you, Tam. I appreciate that. Yes. See, if you're selling food, well, right there, there's an obvious opportunity. Let's just say you're somebody that doesn't want to see the world come to an end, like these psycho Christo-fascist Republicans that are trying to end the world right now. Let's say you want to make the world a better place, right? Which should be the reason to get into politics. And if you want to make the world a better place, and if you're selling food, then you should want to sell food that makes people healthier, happier, live longer. So that would, of course, be the goal, you know? And, of course, as you can see, I'm pretty good at making healthy food. That's my thing. Healthy food that tastes good. It's ideally affordable. And, or healthy versions of things. But yeah, this was my first business idea when I was 16 and I was working in the kitchen back in the day. I used to think that that's what I wanted to do, open a healthy fast food restaurant, call it nude food, you know, food without the fat. But I mean, let's be realistic. Huge capital to open a restaurant. Huge capital. Capital I've never had. You know, if my dad hadn't disinherited his whole family, his children, grandchildren, great-grandchildren, I might have got lucky there. Anyway, so it's all good. All good things in all good time. What's meant to be is what is meant to be, I guess. All right, let's get rid of all this refuse. I'm currently battling a few cockroaches. We get cockroaches in Hawaii. If you're somebody who fancies moving here someday, just plan on having a house or a home that is always being infiltrated. Ants, cockroaches, mice, centipedes, cane spiders, geckos, occasionally a rat are all things that never die here because it's warm. There's no mass freeze off. So all of those critters are always trying to get always in your house. And there's always going to be, for anybody in the state of Hawaii, a management effort with the pests. So, on that note, I said this to a guy who born and raised here on the west side. Nice old guy, I think he was 70 years old. He's like, oh, that's a really good idea. And my idea that I explained to him was how I kill bugs. Great idea. The cheapest, easiest way is just get any squirt bottle, right? One you've just finished using. This was a citrus cleaner. Anyway, and just put water in it with dish soap. You can put a little bleach in there too. That'll really hit them harder. But literally just palm olive. I spray it on a cockroach. The thing dies. And then I come back and I wipe it up, and there's already soapy water on the counter, and it's gone. And it's but the thing with the cockroach is they're little, they're fast. You can't gross to smash them, right? A squirt bottle makes it so you can kill everyone you ever see that ever creeps out of wherever. None of them ever live. None of them get away, and they can't get away from the squirt bottle because it's just too much for them. But it's amazing that just dish soap, in this case palm olive. I hope this isn't one of those companies that, that's not a Procter & Gamble. Colgate palm olive. Is that? I don't think that's, okay, cool. So, yeah, best way to kill bugs in your kitchen, in your house, is with a squirt bottle with a little soap. You could put a little bit of bleach in there and kills them, and then when you wipe up, you've already got these elements that, you know, sterilize and purify the area or whatever. So, all right, well, this is exciting. I got all these mushrooms, the hydrating mushrooms and the other mushrooms, the criminy mushrooms, the Costco mushrooms. They are having a good time together. And this is going to be the base of my mushroom gravy, this mushroom water. It's going to be good. All right. So yeah, ultimately what I'm going to do is just basically fish out all the mushrooms from the water. Here, let me show you what I got going here. So I'm going to fish most of the mushrooms out, put those in the bowl. There's going to be this water there. I'm going to add the mushroom soup bisque to the mushroom water, and then maybe put some of those mushrooms back in. And that's going to be my simple mushroom gravy, which is going to be pretty healthy. You know, it's not full of unhealthy things. So, and that the venison, of course, is one of the leanest sources of protein, one of the best sources of protein, and there's no rice. The only starch is that the quinoa, which is gluten-free. So it's gluten-free. Then of course, there's no eggs, so I had to use egg whites. Thank you, Donald Trump, for no eggs. So cool of you, Donald Trump, for no eggs. It's one way to bring the price down. If there's none of them, the price is zero. This is like the Soviet Union. We're just getting started making this as much like the Soviet Union as possible. Right? Because they have a president in the Soviet Union. They vote for him. And he always wins with 85% of the vote. So, yeah, there's that. You know. And what else? What else? Yeah, but hey, that last one, that was the big one. This is the one they didn't want anybody to see, was when they take control of the checkbook and they just start writing themselves checks. And they'll be able to do that with all the money they're saving by not spending it on any of the programs out there. Whew, crazy. I feel sorry for you. I feel sorry for my country. I feel sorry for all the other countries that are going to suffer because of this piece of shit. I feel sorry for all the people that are going to die and suffer. I hope I don't suffer too much. Hope I don't die as a result. Hopefully I don't. The ICE detention Gestapo doesn't come seize me and prosecute me and sue me because of my opinion, right? Because we don't have the right to our opinion anymore. Trump's just suing all the news agencies, and they're capitulating. It is totally gross, but it's his billionaire friends capitulating through their company, basically seeing it as ways to donate to him, to show their fealty to the racist, traitor, rapist pig. He's the most disgusting. Oh my God. I just feel so sorry. Yeah, and even talking about it right here in the country that we're going to have soon, this will be the thing that could get you arrested, right? Speaking against the government will get you arrested, right? Oh my God. And meanwhile, they're going to keep telling their traitorous, treasonous, dumb shit followers, don't listen to the news. They're lying to you. Don't listen to the outside people. Yeah, just come to us for answers. Go to Fox News. They'll tell you how to think, what your opinion should be, what you should be afraid of the most. It's just unfreaking believable. Anyway, I'm thankful to Rachel Maddow for going back to work for the first 100 days of this. It's got to be the most depressing thing you could ever do is have to report on this stuff every day. I can't imagine. Oh, all right. So let's frank it up, or in this case, Craig it up. How do you Craig it up, Craig? You add a little garlic and onions to everything, in addition to cheese. But in this case, let's throw some onions in. Oh yeah, so many onions. Oh, that's gonna be good. Onions going in with the mushrooms. Show you what I got going here. Oh yeah, onions, mushrooms, and our three loco mocos with egg whites, cauliflower rice. I have more color to add to that. I have other things to cook and eat, more vegetables to work with, but I am just going slow, talking too much. Maybe I should have prepped a bunch of stuff first, but I keep thinking I need to do one more thing before I start making a video, and then I don't make any videos because there's always something else I got to do before it. So in this case, I was just like, screw it. I'm just gonna start rolling, start cooking, start talking. There's so much going on in the world that's so sad. America's about to make an enemy of itself with everyone. And then it's gonna claim, oh, we have to do this military action because someone threatened us, right? This is the whole posturing thing. If you don't know it, the Vietnam War was started on a lie, right? We blew up the harbors in the Tonkin Gulf, and then we pulled in some secretly. No one knew who was doing it. We sent in Navy SEAL frogmen to go in and blow up the piers where, you know, everyone had all their assets and resources, and it pissed off the people. And when a ship came in close that was obviously doing that, they fired on the ship that had been blowing up all of their resources. And then they said, America has been fired upon. Someone has taken military action against us, so therefore we must go into and start the Vietnam War. And based on that lie, 55,000 people died. So look forward to lies like that for justifications for why we need to get into military conflicts around the world, right? Trump is no longer going to be the president of peace. Oh yeah, no wars were started. That was his whole thing. And the dumb shits that voted for him. Oh, he didn't start any wars. Oh, blah, 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 blah. There was no wars. Oh, blah, blah. Meanwhile, right now he's threatening war everywhere and creating all the routes will lead to war everywhere. And yeah. Like a whole bunch of people ain't smart enough to see that, especially all those stupid fucking elected Republican officials. My God, how is it even possible? Oh, you know what will be good in there too? Yes. I'm gonna sneak some broccoli coleslaw into the gravy because that'll make it healthier. I should have snuck it into the rice or the eggs. Anyway, let's get more water in there. Hydrate that up a little more. All right, this is cool. This is kind of a process, so I'm glad to have at least 3. I'll have 3 of these made. I can make a 4th pretty easily with just quinoa. And then, yeah, all this time. Oh, and I'll have leftover things. I'll have the quinoa. I'll have the mushroom gravy. It will have taken me time, but I'll get 3 free meals in the future out of this with no time invested, which would be cool. All right, let's keep going. Let's keep going on the food here. All right, let's see here. Maybe I just turn this way. And then down. Oh, look at that. Okay. That's working. That's working. Hey, you see what's going on there? Okay. So yeah, let's get this. Good stuff. See that mushroom water? It's like a mushroom stock, you know? Something you never hear. There's vegetable stock, beef stock, chicken stock, seafood stock. Never heard of a mushroom stock, but that's basically what we got here. A mushroom stock. Could make a good mushroom soup out of this. All right, and then we'll leave. That's about the right amount to just leave in there. These tasty morsels. All right, so now we got all these nice mushrooms for later. Woo! And what we're gonna do here, and let's get some garlic in there, you know? Because I want to live long, and I don't like getting sick. And garlic tastes better than everything else in the world, so, you know. I mean, cheese might be better. Garlic with cheese, obviously, the best. Okay. Now, I'm going to just take this bisque here with porcini. Porcini mushrooms. So many kinds of mushrooms in here. All right. And there you go. Mushroom gravy made easy. And we'll just let that start simmering. So wonderful. All right. I'll tell you what, I'm pretty excited. That's pretty exciting. Oh, okay. Let's see, how's that going? Yeah, that view works pretty good. Oh, whew, my belly's sticking out. Whew, gotta suck that in. Oh, now I look less fat. All right, oh yeah, let's do that. Let's put some of these in there, huh? Yeah, that's an unusual gravy. Sure is. That's not gonna hurt anything. A little bit of broccoli slaw, a bit of carrots, a little bit of that red cabbage. All right. And that is just gonna get a little bit thicker. Cook it on down. And gee whiz, okay. I don't know if it gets much better than this. Let's put a little oregano in there, you know? Let's put a little natural antibiotic. An oregano mushroom gravy. All right. So there it is, the famed Loco Moco. Now, Loco Moco is like the most, if you took a Southerner and turned him into a Hawaiian, it's like a Hawaiian Southerner's dish, right? White or brown gravy over a burger with 2 eggs on top of white rice, right? It's just, but also you could use different types of rice or substitutes or potatoes or pasta. I could do this with some garlic noodles. A lot of fun ways to make a Loco Moco. Of course, you could throw a piece of fish on here too. You could throw any other kind of meat, protein, steak, whatever, chicken. In a restaurant that sells loco moco, they often offer all these options. You know, you could switch out the burger for a chicken, or your eggs for egg whites. Of course, again, I'm sorry I don't have eggs. This is the beginning of the egg famine brought on by the white supremacist, inferiorist, the white anti-nationalists that have moved into the White House and Congress and the Supreme Court, and who are destroying our country from the inside out in a hurry. Right? They are not wasting any time. Our country's going to be gone in another 2 weeks. Maybe. We got 2 weeks left with a little bit of America left. Pretty sad. Maybe I should be doing videos every day. I was thinking about doing, like, you know, news videos or informative videos or single subject videos. I need to do a lot of those. One subject at a time. I'm on the verge, on the cusp of learning how to edit film and video, so that's exciting. All right. What else? What else? What do we got here? I could throw in some other super healthy things, you know, into that mushroom gravy. What if the mushroom gravy had some bok choy? Let's do that. Let's put a little bok choy. Let's put a little bok choy in that mushroom gravy. You know? Because that's how we do, you know? Ain't no rules in the kitchen. Should probably eat that, huh? Okay. Go. All right, let's bok choy it up. Bok choying it up. Bok choying it up. Yeah. Bok choy. All right, that's some crazy gravy. It's more like a vegetable soup. I don't care. Ain't no rules in the kitchen. Ain't no rules in the kitchen. It's really a rebel's paradise, a kitchen, you know? If you don't like following rules, you don't got to. You don't got to listen to nobody. There's only one way in the kitchen. That's your way. Oh, I love it. And in a time when women are being told, you got to know your place. You belong in the kitchen. Oh, which is so bothersome. But nevertheless, my message to y'all is a man's place is in the kitchen. That's right. That's what I'm talking about. That's where I belong, in the kitchen, where all men belong. Don't you know? You women should be helping us clean afterwards. Or at least that's what I need help with. I often eat, you know, there's a good chance I'm going to eat, you know, one of these and then maybe eat another one because I'm still hungry and the first one was so good. And then you know what's going to happen? I'm going to fall asleep. I'm going to go down for a nap, and I might not even clean up before I go down for a nap, which I need to do, which I will do, but still, I could be so tired that could happen, which is why I need help. I need a partner in the kitchen. Help me out, and someone to cook for. That'd be nice, wouldn't it? Anyway, my neighbor lady, she's gonna let me cook for her, and she's got a robust mind, right? She got a robust mind. She got a nice brain on her, and we're gonna have a good and intelligent conversation, and it will be reflective of reality, the truth. You know, all the shit that you never see in the world of conservatism, and the insane lies and shit that they deal in. It's amazing. The corruption is so blatant and reprehensible. Oh. And these people could be popular people, but they beg us to make fun of them. Cash yap Cash Yap, Pam Bondi. Oh my God, her devotion to Donald Trump is so gross and weird and unexplainable. Why? Why would anyone be faithful and loyal to a traitor, an insurrectionist traitor, who's a rapist, who sexually assaulted like 60 women? Trump is famous in the world of sexual assault. All right. Well, I think you get the idea here. Now, how can I add cheese? It's a big question. A big question. Is how could I add cheese to one of these? It's always my, thing I'm, working on up here. When I'm working on things, I'm working on how can I add cheese to that thing. That's when my brain really engages. And I'm thinking you could take some goat cheese, and just like put it on like one half the burger, kind of spilling over into the eggs. And then when you hit it with the mushroom gravy, you just pour it over the goat cheese, and then it would like seep down in and liquefy up a little. And oh, that could be good. That could be good. And goat cheese is full of medium chain triglycerides. Those people in Sardinia are living over 100 because of, apparently. So they're saying. So that's why that makes sense. All right, you know what? I could add some goat milk to this. Thicken it up with a little goat milk. That'd be interesting. Making it more gravy-ish. Some dairy. A little goat milk. Oh yeah. That's a good time. Makes it seem a little more like gravy. Add a little butter. I could add a little flour. Roux it up. All right. Well, there you have it. That's project number 1. Oh, do I have it in me? Can I still? I think I can do it. I think I can whip up some banana blueberry bread. Gotta see what condition. I got some frozen blueberries. I don't know what they look like in this bag, so we gotta check that out. Again. Thank you, Costco. Oh no, shoots, this is from, I'm ashamed to say it, but this came from Walmart. One of those companies that donated to the Nazi Fourth Reich regime. Of course, that way they don't have to pay personal taxes or corporate taxes. The Walton family. It sure is great when like billionaires have a heart, a soul, a spine, a conscience, like the heir to the Disney fortune. One of the daughters of the Disney, Walt Disney. She's a billionaire, and she has articulated well publicly that, oh yeah, looking good. That she didn't need these tax breaks. She got $1 billion. What does she need tax breaks for? She doesn't need to be richer. I mean, but anyway. But okay, so here's one simple solution to our stupid tax situation. No taxes on everything under 100 grand in income. The moment you start making 100 grand or more, 40% for everybody. No ifs, ands, or buts. No ways to manipulate that. So no reason to do your taxes and try to push everything through W-2s. In the cases of CEOs being paid 10 million shares that they don't have to pay any taxes on until they sell it someday. Well, the day they take their 10 million shares, we need to take 40% of that, right? 4 million shares, right? And then, oh, you get to keep your 60% of that income because it's income, right? And that's the simple, right? There'd be very few people that had to file taxes or do taxes, because the only reason you'd have to do so is if you had tax deductions that were greater than $100,000, right? Through so on. And oh, have you heard that Trump's going to try to take away your the interest deduction on your mortgage? That's got to make people happy, especially the ones that voted for him who have mortgages. It's unbelievable. So where was I? I get sidetracked. You know, I'm doing the weave. People think it's amazing. I just come back around to the same subject. I just don't know how I do it. Doing the weave. Oh my goodness. All right. Oh my God, we're having so much fun. All right, so I think I got a gravy now. I got a gravy, and I got bowls of things. I got a lot of bowls. Big bowls, medium-sized bowls, small bowls. All right, let's get to bacon. What do I do with all this stuff? Maybe just keep it on the side here for now. And let's start baking. Whew. Oh, is that a bowl? Oh, what should I make them? Ah, yes. A mixing bowl. That's what I need. Okay, got a mixing bowl. So here's the plan. Let me get these real bananas. Open them up, cut them up. Saute them. Touch of butter. Touch of honey. Add blueberries. Have a blueberry banana saute. You know, bringing those sugars forward a little, you know. And then put a portion of that into the batter. So the batter is duly enhanced. And then maybe pour the batter in halfway with all that in it. And then in the middle, just pour the blueberries and bananas to make like a blueberry banana middle to the bread, which is just crazy and rebellious. I know. That's how I am. So let's get down on it. Okay, so first of all, recipe calls for oil, eggs, water, and I'm using coconut oil. Okay. Let's see, that's about right amount. Sure. And let's use this bugger right here. Banana nut muffin mix. You can make bread out of muffin mix just the same. All right. Oh, they're recycling out there. Can you hear that? All right, so calls for either a third of a cup of vegetable oil. So there it is. Here's the action. So I put in some oil there, about a third of a cup. You put more oil, it makes it more moist. Makes the bread more moist. That's everybody's favorite word. Moist. Funny how people get bothered by a word or a thing. I had a roommate that just couldn't handle people no one could watch him while you ate. Okay, and then eggs, and it says like what? 3 eggs, so let's see, 1 egg, 2 egg, 3 eggs, sure, okay. All right, good times. All right. Now, what else? What else? Eggs, oil, water. Okay. I could put a little, you know what I could put in there? A little goat milk. Put some goat milk for the liquids. Goat milk. Yeah, there we go. And without putting any water in there, let's stir that up, see where that takes us. You know? Because we are experimenting. Every time we are in the kitchen, it is always an experiment. Oh, and I got walnuts I can put in there too. Yeah, let's do that. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Walnuts. Whose nuts? Walnuts. All right. All right, look. These nuts right here. Let's chop those up a little, huh? Probably be better if we put a little chop on that. Okay. All right, because we want to take the health up. We want to see you here, and we want to raise you there. Right? Raising up the health, baby. All right. And of course, it doesn't get any easier than. All right, we got some walnuts in there. It's exciting. Let's just throw some blueberries in there. Some blueberries. And then make a little space here. All right, let's move this bugger. Move this guy over here. Ooh. All right. And another one of these $10 pans from Ross stores. I'm so glad Ross was not on that list of Nazi supporting companies. All these people, oh, you don't want to go there, you don't want to accuse them of being that. Oh, no, they just are that. They are acting and conducting themselves and doing everything in the same way that Nazis did everything, from destroyed democracy to the hand gesture of Elon Musk. I mean, it is just the saddest shit ever. The fact that anybody tolerates any of that is shame on you Republicans, you dumb ass traitors. If you don't know how America thinks, feels, what they want, listen to me, you piece of shit Republicans. God, you suck. Nothing you do is what the American people want or actually care about. You trick them into thinking lies are true, truths are lies, while you rip off our country. It is just the grossest thing ever, and we gotta watch it on TV now, every day. Oh, aren't these beautiful? Look at these little beautiful beauties. I'll tell you what. All right. right, let's just put some raw in there like that. And then over here, we're gonna do a little saute. Let's get some heat going over here. Pow, pow, pow. Pow, pow, pow. Pow. Okay, here we go. We got some heat. God, I wish I had the ability to affect change. I wish I had a bully pulpit. I wish I could have the voice of real Americans heard. And it's just so sad. So sad. Well, hopefully, since I'm finally doing some things, getting things done, this PTSD is no joke after losing everything in the Maui fire. But the more things I'm getting done, the more things I'm doing. And hopefully today, I'll get out on the ocean and start collecting ocean footage. All right, let's get a little butter on that, you know? Because butter, ooh, that can make everything better. You know, you could be having a bad day and then, taste of butter bring you right back. You know? A little bit of butter. Okay. All right, that's exciting. We got butter. We got bananas. We got blueberries. We're gonna make this banana bread really good. That's what we're gonna do. Good and good for you. The hallmark of common sense foods. Foods that make sense are foods that are good and good for you. So glad this is not a Chiquita banana. Almost bought Chiquita bananas, but I thought, oh, I'll spend a little more on these little buggers. They're lighter weight, so that'll make up for the cost being a little higher. And come to find out, Chiquita brands donated to Project 2025. The Nazis that are trying to destroy our country from the inside out. Unbelievable. The Fourth Reich is in power, stealing everything from America, stealing America's future, its children's future, its children's future. Oh, and this douchebag Musk. Look, we should stop fascinating about going to Mars. What a waste of money. We have the perfect planet here. If you want to make a capsule that can live on Mars, make capsules that can live on Earth, and then build them everywhere. And it'll be exactly the same as life on Mars in a capsule. You don't need to go to Mars to make that special life, you know, possible. All right, well, this is exciting. We got some serious action. All right, let's get this going here. So much fruit in one loaf of bread, or maybe two. All right, let's get that sizzling, crackling. All right. In addition to the butter, let's add a bit of coconut oil. Why not? Okay. Come on, loosen up, start sizzling, crackling. Let's get those sugars going. All right. Good times. Okay, now what else would I add? Could I add? Oh, a little honey. That's right. A little honey. there finally. Oh, I know, I'm not entirely on the heat. There we go. Okay. Okay, now while we wait on that, let's get this guy. I'm gonna have to do this thing. This guy and this thing. Let's get this guy out here. Let's do this thing with that there butter. Yeah, that's what's going on. Let's just rub it down. Just rub it down with some butter. It makes everything better when you rub it down with butter, you know? It really does. All right, so much fun, so much fun as we watch democracy die. We try to live our lives as if hopefully it won't destroy us. Oh my God. How about these shitty Republicans? Oh, they want all the help from FEMA when it's their state. But if it's California, oh no. I'm surprised they didn't try to take it out on Hawaii too. Right? Dumb shit traitors. And these idiots come to Hawaii and they vacation here. These Republican traitors. And they don't realize how stupid they are as they enjoy the healthiest economy in America, thanks to the diversity. I love living in a state where everyone is a minority. The thing white people are afraid of, being a minority. Oh, so scary. What if I was the minority? Oh no. Yeah, it's just the dumbest waste of time thought you could ever have. It's just a waste of time. It's not a real thing. People are just people. What matters is who you are. Okay, look at that. Let's turn the heat off there. And let's get to mixing and pouring, and let's turn the oven on even. Oh my God. Turn the oven on. We're baking. Baking. We're baking. What do they say? 425, 350, 375. What's the temperature they say? 400? 400 it is. Let's get to 400. And hit start. Okay. All right. What else? Did I forget anything? So pretty simple making this banana bread. I don't really know how to bake per se, but I do know how to use a box that you add a few ingredients to. So this is how I've always made banana bread, just because it's kind of made easy. And we'll add a little water. Splash of water. I don't think it really needs it, but we're just gonna give it a splash of water. Maybe I should use up some. I got a little bit of flour here. Fancy gluten-free flour. Oat flour. Let's add a little bit. I never have a reason to use this flour, so let's just, oh, and you know what? I could splash of that. And the mushroom gravy. All right. I was really crazy. I could put in some green superfood powder. That would make it look different. You probably wouldn't it probably wouldn't taste any different, but it would be green and pretty funny looking. It looked like zucchini bread. All right. What is a brother to do? I guess we'll do like I said. We'll put some of this in here, just like this. You know. Oh, sexy like that. Oh my God, that's some sexy food. Mmm. Oh, honey, butter. Oh, those bananas. The smell of these bananas is so good. Oh my God. What am I gonna do? Okay. We're having like so much fun. Okay. Here we go. Let's do this. Okay, so we're gonna go like this. Put this down in here like that. Okay, just like that. And like that. Okay. Oh boy. All right. And I'm thinking we'll make a little bathtub here in the middle. So much fun. And then we'll take this bugger. We'll go like this. Oh yeah, baby. Oh. Can you feel it? God, if food were sexy, that'd be an orgasm right there. Okay. That's all I gotta say. If food were sexy. Okay, now let's go around this and on top of it. Crazy. So much fun. Oh, and the sun is shining out there on the waves. Beautiful day. Okay, let's get this. Now, if I'd done this first, this would be already out of the oven. All right. Oh my God, so much joy. Oh. All right. Oh, cherry. Now, what are we gonna do? Here at the end to make it extra exciting? We're gonna slip a little butter. You know? Slip a little butter right on top. There we go. You know? There we go. A little butter on top. So much fun. Someday I'm gonna learn how to bake for real, but for now, I'm just gonna buy prefabricated things and dress them up, add to them. All right, now that looks pretty exciting, doesn't it? Gee whiz. Because if you're not thinking outside the box, you ain't thinking when you're cooking. You got to think outside the box. All right. Oh. Okay. So, here we are. Time for me to put it all together. Putting it all together. Okay. All right. Yeah, I don't reckon it gets much better than this. Okay, so let's we'll take this and add a little goat cheese. Where'd that goat cheese? Where'd that goat cheese go? There we go. Okay. Let's knock this one down. Oh, thank you, Costco. Thank you, Costco, for being one of the few companies that's still sane. It's not eliminating It's diversity. It's inclusiveness. Or it's equitable practices. So wonderful. Of course, I need that because I am an old man re-entering the workforce. And if they allow discrimination like Republicans want, they'll just discriminate against me and say, yeah, you're 56 years old. Why should we hire you? We can hire someone 20 years old with, and they'll be thinking that that's going to be better for them, even though little do they know what kind of a great employee I would be. Anyway. Okay, here we go. Now we're going to take this, what we got here? This is our goat cheese. This is our venison burger. It's our egg whites with a little bacon. Sitting on a bed of fake rice, which was really cauliflower rice with quinoa, garlic, onions, shoyu, coconut, apple. We're going to hit that in here. We're going to zap that in the microwave. And then we're going to hit it with the gravy on top. And then I'm going to eat. And while it's kind of weird and embarrassing, I feel like I should show you me eating, because that's a type of video, right? That is a type of video. People eating and people watching other people eat. It is weird, but I watch it too. I don't know what's wrong with me either. So I'm about to do that because all this manufacturing is making me a little hungry. All right, so let's zap that a little more, make it a little more hot. And let's put that on low heat. Let that simmer a little more. We want this to thicken up a little bit more. All right, so now and you know what this thing needs? These buggers right here. One finishing touch. And another vegetable that's been sitting in my fridge that I need to consume. Shame on me. You know? Vegetables come with a guilty conscience if you don't eat them. Nobody needs that. All right. I don't want a guilty conscience. I don't want to throw food away. Okay. Swing, swam, flim, flam. Bada bing. Bada boom. All right, here we go. Oh, that's dangerous. I gotta turn that all the way around. Okay. Okay. We're just gonna top that with some green onions, which is often should be in my fake stir fry rice. But I can kind of sprinkle the top and then hit it with the gravy, and I think it'll be good enough. All right. So. And boy, that really brings it to life, giving it that color. Okay. All right. There it is, right there. Okay, here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna get a spoon. All right. Get these things closer together. And, oh yeah, look at that. Good times. There it is. Putting the mushroom gravy over the top. if you want to call it a gravy. It's not too gravy-ish, really. A little bit gravy-ish. All right, and there it is. We got our egg whites because there's no eggs in America. Thank you, Donald Trump. We got our venison burger underneath there. We got our cauliflower, quinoa, garlic, onions, stir fry with eggs, stir fry rice, fake rice, then the egg whites, some goat cheese, and a not a very creamy, but a type of a mushroom gravy on top. Anyway, those are the components. The components are gravy, some eggs, some starch, some meat, and that is the famous Hawaiian dish, the locomoco. And now, shall I? Oh, I was watching Timothy Chalamet. He's dating Kylie Jenner. Oh man, she's got to be like much older than him. Anyway, which means it can't last. All right. That's a good time. I love these venison burgers. It's hella cool of the Maui Nui to contribute towards the health and welfare and recovery of the Lahaina fire survivors. I wish you could eat this, because it's really good. And that goat cheese goes so well in there. Oh man. Yeah, that's really good. Oh, the mushrooms are good. Now, if I could go out and find this food, that'd be cool, wouldn't it? Imagine a restaurant serving up food that was so good and so good for you at the same time. That would be a restaurant serving a couple of purposes at once. So I think I'm gonna do a video of all the ideas I have that'll change the world. All right. Well, there it is. Closest thing to a southern Hawaiian dish. Meat, gravy, rice, eggs. I mean, shoot, you put that over potatoes and it's about as southern as it gets. Quinoa and cauliflower is really good too. Right. How's that looking in there? Oh yeah. Now I didn't preheat the oven. I never do. Why waste that energy? Just let it warm up in there. It's almost 400 degrees. Again, you don't gotta play by the rules. There ain't no rules. The last place I worked sold a locomoco, and they would do it. They had stir-fry rice, they had white rice, they had potatoes, and they would do it over all those different things, whatever somebody wanted. 2 burgers, you know, extra side of gravy, extra egg. Oh, they had quinoa too. Some people would ask to have over quinoa. So, just to give you a little perspective. And this is something I've been wanting to cover. The loco moco. I think I've explained it pretty well. Oh, it's so good. I wish I could have made them with eggs. Thanks again, Chump. Because that's a good look. Those yellow sunny side up eggs on top of the whole thing with the other color contrast and flavors. That it would just look cool. This is so good. Yeah, it's basically good for me, right? That's kind of the cool thing. The only cool thing about the egg whites is the perception that that's the healthier option, and to the extent that this is a super healthy version of loco moco. But I don't think egg yolks would have been a compromise. I think there's things in egg yolks that are good for us, and I don't think we need to worry about what's in them at all. Oh man, I hope this is not impolite. I can't stop eating. Oh, so good. So good. All right. I gotta start putting stuff away before I pass out. Whew. Tell you what. Oh. We're at. Whew. Cheers, everybody. Oh my God. I can't forget there's something in the oven, huh? Seriously, I am quickly going from being satiated to wanting to sleep. I have been cooking pretty much all night. All right. Oh. Oh. Whew, interesting though, huh? How about that story of Bhagat Singh Thind, who wrote this, who's part of American history and the evolution of our immigration process. And I lived in his son's house. And his son's house's garage was full of those books from him And the story was already interesting to me. And then I saw that PBS special. Half of that special is about this one guy. The father of the weirdo who I lived with in Malibu. But so at his house, because his house was so nice, right? It was up for sale at the time. I don't know if he ever sold it or what. He was up for sale for $5 million at the time in 96. And so I'm in this gorgeous kitchen cooking, because man, a beautiful kitchen makes me want to cook. And I'm doing these, and back in at that time I was doing these big pasta dishes where I would put cream cheese in the pasta dish, little chunks of it, different veggies and sauces. And anyways, I was whipping up one of those pasta dishes, big ones. And David Thind had just gotten off work early, right? So he could show the house to a prospective buyer who he was bringing into the house. And I was listening to the Eagles live compilation album that was just put out, like right in the mid-90s. And the sound system in this house was integrated and really good. Like, it just sounded great. You know, Hotel California, all that good instrumental stuff. And so I'm listening to that, cooking in my happy space, like noon on a Friday. And who comes through the door but the lead singer and drummer of the Eagles, Don Henley, walks in looking at the house to maybe buy. Turns to me and says, "Hey, it smells good." Owner came in and said, "Hey man, turn that off. I don't want this guy to think we're weird. I want him to think you were playing that music just because I was bringing him over here." It was like, "No, you don't got to make me listen to, you don't got to like tell me to listen to the Eagles." I mean, it's that stage performance that they captured well is just so beautiful. And so anyway, that's how nice that house was in Zuma Beach. It was so nice. Don Henley from the Eagles, who's got to be doing pretty well financially, looked at it to purchase. Anyway, that was my one. I also waited on him at Monroe's, which became the Whale's Tail. And anyway, Monroe's was one of Frank Sinatra's favorite places, and a mob-connected place, basically. But yeah, Don Henley ate dinner in there, and I served him, but it wasn't like the out of restaurant, the real life interaction at home, where I was paying $700 a month to rent a room in a palace in Malibu, basically so that David Thind could have drug money. But really interesting. Oh, I got birds coming in my house. Out of here, 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 out of here. All right, well, hang in there. If you're on Social Security and that's going to be tampered with and reduced and stopped because of the traitors in the White House, or if you've got health care that's affected negatively by the traitors in the White House, I feel sorry for you. If you were getting discounts on prescription drugs and that was just taken away from you by these Republican traitors, I feel sorry for you. If your kids are getting any benefits from any of these government programs, Head Start, the meal program, if you're on food stamps, a working person on food stamps, which most people on food stamps are working people, or they're in school, like my daughter's a college student, she gets them. I could qualify after the fire and unemployed, and these asshole out of touch Republicans that they're acting like people on welfare are a drain on our system. No, we've skewed things so badly that even working full time, people can't afford food, so they got to go on food stamps. What we could do is address all these systemic problems that force that situation in the end, right? Which all comes from all the other things that Republicans do. And then they complain about the thing that they cause, right? assholes. Just assholes. Anyway, yeah, this mushroom gravy is a little bit like a gravy. And I gotta figure out how to deal with that. I'm gonna finish this up real quick. And then when in doubt, just throw more gravy in there. And more mushrooms and goodness and heat. So good. All right, YouTube. It was kind of funny. I really don't know what I'm doing with YouTube. That's okay. It's almost better that way. I also realize it's always going to be a hobby. It'll never be a profession or a way to make money. But what it is cool for is if you see yourself as an artist, which I'm, videographers, photographer people, that's how they see themselves. So if I could see myself as an artist, I could see YouTube as a way to show my art off and to share it with the world. And find a value in all of this, realizing and knowing and losing the expectation that it could be a profession, because YouTube really isn't that good. All right. I need a bigger spoon. Bigger spoon. All right. Whew. Oh, that's right. I got some banana bread baking. Currently baking. It's pretty exciting. It's pretty exciting. How's that looking down here? Oh, by golly, it's starting to look like bread. Starting to look a little like bread. All right. Yeah, I was looking for I was like, how could I solve this problem? The problem of gravy. Gravy's never really good for you. How can I make a gravy that was kind of good for you? I was like, oh, mushroom. Sort of like a mushroom gravy, but all that flavor from the mushrooms will go great with everything, and there's all that good health comes with the mushrooms. Oh, all right. I'm just gonna put that in there right after now. Okay. One more bowl. My bowls are full. They're very full bowls. How are your bowls? Are your bowls full? This bowl is full of gravy. Sorry. Not very funny. Just pour it in at this point. There we go. Another bowl of gravy. Oh, little mess there. All right, so I'm glad we had this talk. This was the Loco Moco talk we've been needing to have. Because at all good things and all good time, you just might learn a little something you never know, you know? Like, maybe you didn't know about Loco Moco, and now you do. Okay. Tired. Turn that off. Oh, how's this doing? Woo! Oh, that's pretty. That's pretty. Wait till you see this beautiful thing. We got something beautiful. It's pretty exciting. Let's put this over here. Let's wipe down this. Oh yeah. Wait till you see what I'm seeing in this oven. It is a good time. A very, very good time. That's what it is. Now I find when I'm not eating any processed food at all, which none of this is, well, I guess the egg whites you could call processed, but I had no choice thanks to the Trump egg crisis. Traitor. Just a despicable, deplorable, horrible human being and a traitor, as well as all those other horrible things. Every worst thing you can be as a human being or as an evil entity, Lucifer Trump is. He is Lucifer. Oh my God, when people talk about, oh, here's what our country wants and needs, or here's what Christians align themselves, what? He's the furthest thing from, because your expectation with religion is there's got to be some redeeming quality to it. Some redeeming value. In fact, when that lady, Miss Bud, was talking, that was like the one time, right, that you were like, oh, hey, wow. Oh, maybe religious people aren't terrible. Maybe all religious people aren't insurrectionists, elitist, traitors looking down from a perch, wanting everyone else to suffer while they're having a great time. You know, just maybe. Just maybe. I hope I live long enough to see Republicans become halfway decent people. Like halfway decent. They were, at one point in my life, they were halfway decent people. They weren't really good people, but they didn't set out to want to hurt people, right, like they are now. I mean, it's just their agenda, is pain and suffering. If they can't create pain and suffering, they're not doing their job. And they get you to want them to do that. Or not all of you, but some of you. And that is weird, or some of my fellow Americans. Okay, oh my goodness. Oh, wait till you get a load of this. I'm just saying. I'm gonna bust this out here in a second. That, ooh boy, I tell you what. I mean, oh my goodness. I tell you what, wait till you see this. Wait till you see blueberry banana bread with little walnuts in it. Oh, so good for you. So much fruit. So many vitamins. All right. Let's just take it out and let it sit. I think it'll keep baking sort of, right? Oh boy, huh? think we'll leave it in there a little longer. Let it really get a little more toasty. A little more golden brown toast color. Oh, and the bouquet, the aroma. This is what I want my comedy establishment to smell like. Whoever thinks of that. What I want my business to smell like, right? Because smell triggers remembrance, cognitive remembrance. So you want people to remember your business, give it a smell. Oh boy, oh boy. I'm having the hardest time waiting. Okay, I'm gonna turn the camera down so you can see this gloriousness. Okay, here we go. Oh my God. Maybe I should zoom in. Here, how do I zoom in? There we go. Okay. Are you ready for this? Okay, here we go. Oh my goodness. So exciting. Maybe it needs a little more time. Looks like a giant banana blueberry muffin. Look at this bad boy. Oh, look at that. Oh, my goodness. So beauteous. So beautiful. Oh, gee whiz. I think I'll just let that sit there and continue to bake. We'll put it back in for a few minutes. I know it needs just a little more time. It's probably got a moist center. You know, moist. All right. I didn't use these vegetables or those vegetables or these vegetables, and I should have, but I didn't. And now my guilt complex just gets worse. Not using the food I should be using. Anyway, hopefully I'll make another video soon. If nothing else, making a video gets me in the kitchen to cook, which I need to do if I want to live long and save money. All right, we'll just... Okay, all right, let's toss that. Okay, good times. So you can expect new bad news, right, today. There'll be new bad news today, tomorrow, the next day. It's the campaign, it's the Blitzkrieg, the shock and awe campaign of the Republican Nazis that have seized power in our country and who are dismantling our country one piece at a time, as Nazis would want to do. And it is heartbreaking, and it is saddening, and it is frustrating, and we are all going through it. Those of us who care about our country and our democracy and our future, our children's future, anybody who cares about anything is frustrated and offended. Trying to fire all the FBI agents, right? Such sniveling little bitches that they fire anybody that ever did their job. And since they're all such corrupt criminals, their job did include the pursuit of the crimes that they committed. But they're offended that anybody tried to hold them accountable for all the crimes that they committed. And so they want to root those people out and vilify them and make them the enemy. It's just so sad. And the fact that anybody, let alone 10 million Americans, would even think that is true is absurd. But yeah, They stole the election. They probably had 4 million votes purged because they challenged them. If you challenge someone's vote, it gets purged from the voter rolls. It doesn't count. So now Democrats realize they can do that too. So I'm sure it'll just be a war of how many votes you can get canceled out by the other party. Unless, of course, we clean up our election laws, which won't happen because Republicans are in charge and they'll do nothing that cleans up anything. They're going to get you to worry about transgender issues that aren't even real, immigrant issues that aren't even real. These wonderful immigrants do all the work we don't want to do. How many of these rich bastards have a freaking stable of immigrant workers who are undocumented working for them? Right? Trump included all of them. Well, anyway. If you watch the news, I recommend you watch the news, you pay attention, you see what's happening, and try to just have a good attitude anyway. Even though it looks like those who would like to bring the world to an end have seized power and have begun the work of doing that. And can they be stopped? Maybe not. Maybe your only hope is a bomb shelter and supplies long enough to outlast the nuclear winter that will come to the northern hemisphere, not the southern, if nuclear bombs are detonated. And Trump's used that word a bunch because he wants to use nuclear bombs. He's a destructive, evil, soulless, godless human being who thrives on killing and suffering. So he's going to do what he can to figure out some way to use some of those bombs and rationalize it as, oh, it was a preemptive strike to stop the Iranians from developing their nuclear bombs. Right, we use a nuclear bomb. It's like, yeah, don't kill, but if you kill, we're going to kill you. It's not really good logic. You can't be what you say someone shouldn't be and be able to say that they shouldn't be that. So, yeah, that's why the death penalty isn't cool, because if we're going to be a country that in the world that sees that as a crime, then it's also a crime for the state to murder people, right? Simple logic, simple math, and it takes your guilty conscience out of it. Like, who wants to have that on their conscience? You know, the death of somebody else, even if they were a terrible person. Oh, all right. Are you ready? Here we go. I think it's time. Let's move this up. Move this over. Down. All right. Here we go. So much fun. Let's turn that off. Let's bust this out. All right, and there it is. Oh, yes. So wonderful. Wish you could smell it. Heat's off. And there it is. Let's get that up real close. Here it is. Banana, walnut, apple banana, walnut, blueberry bread. All right. Now, I don't know what about what, but I'm pretty sure if you add all those healthy things, you make banana bread better, healthier, right? Pretty sure bananas and blueberries are good for me, and walnuts. So, and there's really no limit. You can just load it full of that stuff. So, and the reason I know that is because at a vegan place, they sometimes try to do banana bread, but their recipe is 100% bananas. They make banana bread with 100% bananas. I don't know how, but they do. So if you can do that, then you can add as much as you want to a mix. Well, thank you for watching. I think this concludes my cooking experience this morning, and many of the things that, well, it just helps to talk about, you know, as the country gets seized by Nazis who want to tax the shit out of me and you, and make sure that corporations pay no taxes, and that billionaires pay no taxes. The top 3 people at the top of the country that own half of our country's wealth, we want to make sure they pay no taxes, right? While all the burden is put on the W-2 employees. In the old days, the corporations paid 30% of our country's bills. Now 96% of our country's bills, 94% is paid by you and me. Only 6% of our country's bills are paid by the taxes corporations pay. And y'all think that we need to let the corporations not be taxed at all so they can thrive and make lots of money. Why? Why wouldn't you want them taxed? Anyway, and then of course billionaires won't be paying any taxes, the corporations won't be paying any taxes, and Trump's going to steal all the money he can, and it is what it is. You know, we just got to deal with it. We got to watch the Republicans steal our country blind and pretend that they're patriotic, pretend that they have some sort of morality, a moral compass, which obviously doesn't exist. There's no moral compass in the Republican Party. It is so sick and ill, and it is a cancer. The Republican Party is nothing more than just a cancer that is just going to, it's moving into the bloodstream of our country's whole body, right into the bloodstream. And it's just going to, I mean, how many months do we have before we die as a country with this cancer in our blood? Poisoning the blood of America. Republicans. That's the enemy within. Republicans. They are sick, they are demented, they are twisted, they are destroying our country from the top down, from the inside out, from the, in every way imaginable. And it's heartbreaking. And I'm sorry if, I mean, we all gotta worry, I guess. I mean, I'm not safe. Just because I'm a white guy doesn't mean they're not gonna come for me. Just because I'm a descendant of the Mayflower doesn't mean they're not gonna try to ship me off to some Guantanamo because I'm not a Republican traitor. I'm not drinking their shit-ass Kool-Aid. It's so amazing how they hand out, you know, shit juice and they get people to think that it tastes good. I don't, liars are amazing at how effective they can be. Especially when they teach their audience not to listen to anybody else. Just listen to me, the liar. Come to me, the liar, for all your answers to all your questions. Yeah. That's how cults work. That's how cults succeed. They get you to not listen to anybody else and listen to all the lies of the cult leader. Anyway, all right. You've seen it here. At least, even if my words were useless, at least I cooked something that was, you know, useful. And now I got a little bit of breakfast food. This banana blueberry walnut bread would be a good breakfast item. And since there's no eggs, and I cannot find breakfast without eggs, you got no breakfast items. That is the breakfast item. This bread with egg whites will be a substitute for that, right? So, okay, all right. Well, listen, thank you all very much. I'll try to get more organized. I'll try to become a better YouTuber. I'll try to remonetize my channel. It got demonetized, and that was frustrating. Is frustrating. I don't know what to do about that, but except for try again. And thank you all for your support. I wouldn't be eating. This food came from your support. So all the agencies, the $6 billion that's been raised and spent, none of that money is going to find its way towards me. I guess that's how it works with a disaster. Lots of money, literally $900,000 per person has been raised and spent on different things. Right? Even if you took out $100,000 per person for the cleanup, you know, there'd still be $800,000 left per person. And of course, none of that money ended up in anybody's pockets. I mean, a little bit of it here and there. And I could do better. If I was a governor or a president, I could reshape FEMA to actually help the people, like with the bulk of the money, not for the bureaucracy and all the other stuff. And the nonprofits, they're the ones, they need to be taxed. We need to tax nonprofits. We need to tax churches. We need to tax corporations. We need to tax billionaires. We need to not tax people's first $100,000 in income. We need to not tax all small businesses first $100,000 in income. We need to not, like everything should be skewed so that taxes increase as your household grows and as your business grows, right? The highest tax rates in business should be for the biggest corporations, right? Giving the little guys a chance to move up. Anyway, all right. Love you guys. Thanks for watching. Hope you're having a great day. It's a great day to have a great day. Do no harm, do no crime. Thanks for watching All Good Things and All Good Time. Aloha.